Hello, hello, everyone. Ebony Star Network presenting our Black Ops debate. While we're waiting for our debaters and our judges to get in, we shall uh, listen to listen to a little music while we're waiting. So let's all our people start coming through. All right. Buddha. All right, everyone. Thanks for coming in. Yvette, Organic Black, Charlene, and of course, our general truth is. Okay, well, we will be waiting for the judges and the contestants. This debate is between Kevin and Woke Progressive. And apologies for the delay. We had a nice discussion going on in gent culture. Hey, peace, Kendall. All right. So, Charlene, you think you'll be able to judge tonight? And if Mika comes in, because well, Abana is out sick. She's in the hospital, and she won't be able to judge. She might be down for a while, but at least for tonight, we need a judge. We need three judges. I'm hoping Mika is coming through. All right. Mano Manoa Islander. I'm not certain who Kevin is. I think I'm not going to make an assumption, but I'm assuming he's Kev 504, but I can't be certain. But he's KS. Ah, speaking of KS, here he is. Hold on, let me take that overlay down.
Appreciate you for having me.
All right. Oh, no problem. Forgot that was showing. All right, so we're waiting for the judges and for what? Wait a minute! I forgot there was something I was supposed to do. He might not be able to get through, but I don't. I was so busy trying to get everything out that I forgot. Let's see. Hold on. Let's see. Max will come in as soon as he can. Black Knight's come as soon as he can. He's having a technical problem, so it's gonna be a little delay with. Um, all right, let's get the. All right. Yeah. So so KS, what's y'all debate on?
He picked the topic. It was supposed to be, is black culture failing black people?
Oh, okay. Mhm. Let's see. Come on. Shit. I hate when I have to go fishing. Wish I could just type it in and let's see. Ah, there it is. And make sure there's not another one. Okay. 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 All right. That should have settled that. All right. Okay. Let me get back to paying attention. All right. Okay. I had to make sure that he wasn't blocked. Yeah. Yeah. I had to make sure that he was no longer blocked.
You mind if I say hi to the chat?
Oh yeah. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay. How you doing, John? How you doing, Carolyn? How you doing, Joe W. And everybody else watching? This is my first debate, so hopefully it goes well. Uh, Shout out to the Dame and Maximum for having me.
Oh yeah. Well, with a topic like that, this is gonna be one interesting debate. I wouldn't be surprised if the chat has their own internal debate. So don't. That's why I don't pay attention to the chat when you're debating. Oh, Joe. He's debating woke progressive. Which reminds me, I need judges. Abinad's out sick. Joe, Charlene, Rodney is one of the official judges. Meek, well, I just left Meek, so hopefully she'll come back in.
Oh, I'm gonna just confirm that I'm black.
All right.
Just messing with you.
Okay, you willing to judge, Charlene? All right. I'm putting the link down. All right. So let's see. Charlene, what about you, Joe? If you The only thing that would keep you from judging if you're biased. Oh yeah. KS, you know him by another name in here?
Huh? No,
Okay.
I go by KS on. I'm usually on RBRs,
Okay.
Psychopathia. I'm usually over on that sector.
Okay. Okay. Yeah.
As
Wait
Kevin,
a
so
minute.
that's probably what it is.
Oh wait a minute. I put Kevin down there. Did I just dox you?
You can't change it. It's okay if you can't.
Not at this point. Once I'm live, I have to go out and change it.
Yeah, it's
Mhm.
fine. It's fine. For all they know, my real name might not even be Kevin.
Okay.
You mind if I step out for like 2 seconds and come right back?
Yeah. Since we're still waiting on woke.
All right, sounds good.
Oh, let Kendall do it. He said he'll do it.
Can I'll do it if that's what's holding us up. Him and woke. Yeah. Hit the link. I'll even put the link out again. Oh, okay. So Joe is biased. Okay. Uh, B B1 for life. Oh, hey B1. Okay, so those of you that came in, y'all saw the backdrop I had up there. Trying to work on that. Yeah, Max has asked me to look for one with a man and a woman. Yeah, I did too. When I saw him on Gent Culture, but the imitation kitten heels come in with the full name. I still don't believe that's the real one. Oh, you want to do it from the chat? Oh well. Yeah. Mika is the judge from the chat. But hey, that means you gotta pay attention. You cannot be going off into a discussion in the chat, and you're gonna be tempted to too. It's not. It's someone from RBR. Well, yeah, Mika asks the same thing. Most of the time, I think it's because it's easier for her. She don't have to worry about if the kids are in the background talking, or, you know, if she, accidentally talking about something. Sometimes she be at work. Some jobs it's easier for you to listen, and go about your work. As long as you're working, they ain't bothering you about what you're listening to. Yeah. I thought about, like I did think about, that, coming in like a boxing and wrestling match where each debater has his own theme, their theme music coming in. That's why I thought MC Light, Big Bad Sister was would fit Charlene. I guess because it said Brooklyn in the house. Since Black Knight always called Charlene Brooklyn. Yeah. Chaos versus R would be a good one. Well, yeah. Uh, so okay, I'm laughing because now truth is asking Kendall, do you got kids or you at work? And Kendall is going, I don't feel like talking. He's getting in his judge mode, which reminds me, Kendall, you looking to see if they directly address the topic, understood the basic issue, clearly explained their position, made a convincing case complete with specific evidence, explained the other side's weakness, and respond directly to the other side's critique. So that's what you're looking for as you're assessing their debate. Okay. Well, Kendall, you became the man of mystery. All right. So we got Charlene as a judge. We got Kendall as a judge. We need at least one more to make sure we don't end up with ties. Not certain where woke progressive is. That's the only bad thing about the debate. You don't have access to the other person. Yeah. If this was an email setup debate, then I could just go send them email. Hey, woke, we live right now. uh, come on in. Yeah. So we just need one more. I'm hoping either Mika or Rozzy could judge. Yeah, Rozzy could judge. He's one of our alternates. Rozzy, are you gonna be able to judge tonight, or you got other plans? Okay. Well, Rozzy could. I guess Rozzy jumped back out. Oh, you can make me feel like my impatience may have got me into something I'm not qualified for. Mayweather got scared and is not going to show up. Well, since the last time, supposedly he kept thinking the debate was at 9 o'clock. That was the one time with Charlene and Carol, because that's what works for them. But it ended up taking a toll on us. So no more 9 o'clock lives. Well, not debates. Now, if it started at 7 and ran into 9, that's another thing. Oh, you okay, Kevin?
Huh? Yeah, yeah, yeah. I just this way the title,
Oh,
matches.
oh, okay.
Yeah, that was the thing. Like I was going by KS in this space for a while, and then who blew up. So then everyone thinks it's them, and I'm like, ah, shit.
So when I got it from Max, he said just put Kev versus World Progressive. I was like, oh, okay. I,
Yeah, yeah. That's
oh,
how
he
you know
knew
if
what
they
I
gonna
said
put an
when I
RBF.
said it was KS. I was like, I was telling him, I said, oh, I'm sorry, we started talking and we lost track of time, and KS had to come up, thinking maybe we was having a debate there. Yeah. All right. So anyway, yeah. So when my idea go wild, I was thinking, each debater come in with their theme music, like as if it was a boxing match or a wrestling match. Yeah.
Yeah, that would be dope. Like round one, and then ding ding.
Yeah. 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 I'd be like, okay, then it's gonna be, I want a debate with so and so, and this is what I want for my theme music as I'm coming up or as I'm introduced. I was like, okay, just don't give us one that's gonna get us knocked out. Yeah, because when we was doing um a song life, and we was doing it on Bruno Mars' new song, um uh it got us I guess because it was too new, and that song still, I'm like, I can't believe he went there. Well, to RBR, all of us are Nazis. Okay. Actually, we starting now, but we're waiting for Woke Progressive. Hey, anybody know how to get a hold of Woke Progressive or know where he hangs out at? Oh, wait a minute. Does he have his own channel? Let me see. I didn't think about that. Let me see if he got his own channel.
I hope he wants to have the conversation.
Let's see. Okay. All right. Let me see if he has an email in that channel. No. No email. I don't know if he pays enough attention to his community page. Let's see. See if this. All right. Let's see. Let's see. Oh, family. They always bother call at the wrong time. Yeah. Let's see. I got some of my family. They don't care what I'm doing. Oh, I'm sorry, Kev. They don't care what I'm doing. They'll call. I could tell them I'm in the middle of something. Be like, oh yeah. But real quick, can you run me to the store? Didn't I just say I was in the middle of something? Wait at the. Okay. Now I'm telling you all my personal business. Okay. That's as close as I can do to trying to reach him. Oh, you copy this link to his community post? Okay. I just sent out a question. Well, yeah, I guess we'll wait and see. So, what should we talk about in the meantime? Should we continue the discussion we was having in gent culture while we waiting on him? And yeah, it could be. I think you might be right, Brittany. He might be asleep. Woke dude might be asleep. Yeah, yeah. Because if I had thought about it, could have continued on discussion until woke, and then I would have been like, okay, while y'all there, let me set up. Y'all continue chatting. I'm gonna be and then say, okay, we're moving over. Yeah, but that's how good conversations and discussion go. You get caught in. Hey, Rosie.
Yo. Yo.
You
How you
able to
doing?
judge? Okay. Are you gonna be able to judge tonight if woke show up?
If yeah, what's the debate about?
Kevin.
He picked the topic. Is black culture failing black people?
Okay, what do you believe?
I believe that black culture is not failing black people.
What you think is failing black people?
Hmm?
What do you think is failing black people?
No, I said I don't think it's failing black people.
But what do you think is failing? Okay, because we are failing. What do you think is the reason why we're failing?
Should I answer that or should I save it for the debate? I don't want to.
Now I'm just because I know I want to know. I want to know.
No, let him save it for the debate.
Yeah, let him save it for the debate.
Ah,
Debate talking points. Come on.
Okay.
Rosie.
because I was gonna give him the smoke right here, just right here on the spot. Just give me the
Uh-uh.
smoke.
No. It woke is cloud watching and wants to be the belle of the ball that comes in late. So everybody be like, hey, there's woke. What took you so long? If he wants to do, I call it the Scarlet O'Hara, where you go there deliberately late. So you're the last one there, and and you'll be the one that they remember. Oh, mm-hmm. Yeah, yeah. Roz is good with the tough question. Hey, you actually playing your hand as the judge too, because you do know the judge get a question. You're gonna be already prepared for that question. Now you gotta come up with a whole nother one, Rozzy.
I was just about to give you the smoke, like right now, right now,
Okay.
right
Now,
now.
now I remember why you alternate judge. You want a debate.
Yeah,
You want to be
baby,
the judge.
debate. Listen, I
Mm,
don't think woke is gonna come. He might come because he came for me, and I smoked him like a pack of Newports. Yeah, I mean, I don't even smoke Newports,
what do
but I
you smoke,
smoked them.
Rozzy?
I don't smoke anymore because I got health problems. I'm on a weight loss mission. Um, I've lost a lot of pounds, man. Telling you, boy.
Well, that's good. That's good. Yeah, yeah. I'm excited about my 5 pounds. I'm trying to avoid doing like, yay, celebrate. Let's go eat. I ha- yeah, I had a bunch of exercise friends be like, hey, I lost this much pound. Oh, I lost this much pound. I lost this many inches and stuff like that. Yay, let's celebrate. Let's go eat.
Somebody said, no need you keep saying it. We heard you the first time. Say what? What did say what? What is there to say?
That you like to debate and you brought the smoke.
Well, I'm gonna say it as much times as I want to say it. Woman, Brittany, Rocket. I'm gonna say it 1,000 more times. You wanna come up here and debate? We'll bring the smoke to you. Brittany, Rocket, Team Rocket.
So, all right. So I put some of the debate questions in the community page.
What's wrong with you?
I got another list that I gotta add up on there. So any other okay, let's see. So far, let me find my page in my tablet. It's an old tablet. Um, let's see. Ooh, dang it. It's a really old tablet. Okay. Okay, stuff like is American indoctrinated society. Any other debates? Oh, they any I gotta watch where I put my hands. Hey, any debate other debate topics or ideas? See those
Any
bounce
other
house?
debate topics? Any other
Well,
debate topic?
Mm-hmm.
I know a good debate topic. Me versus Kevin. That's the debate topic. Me
Yeah,
versus
yeah. You versus Kevin on what topic?
right. So who's the blame for the failure of the black community? Go. Who's the blame? Black man or woman? Kevin. Who's the blame?
I'm not going to debate you on the topic before the debate.
No, that's not the topic. This is a whole different topic. Who's to blame? The man or the woman?
Well, hold on. Well, first off, all black people ain't failing. Let,
Oh, look at you.
let, 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 let's just get that right. Let's get that correct right now.
Oh, you.
I mean,
Oh, look at
I know,
you.
no, it depends on what you're talking about, though. Depends on
Oh,
what
you want to get smoked? You want to get smoked?
man, no, I mean, it ain't really no smoke, really. I mean,
You want some
you know what I'm
smoke?
saying? But
You ready?
man, look. Smoke, fire, it don't matter, man. I like the match, man. You know what I'm saying? I don't. It don't matter for the live fluid. You know how we get down.
Huh? Oh, you ready, huh?
Nah, but
We could do a pre-debate.
wait.
Huh?
But hey, bro, Rodney, what what if
Uh,
we? Okay, you feel that black people are failing though?
Say it again.
You feel like we failing?
The communities is in shambles, right?
Not all of them.
Not all of them. How many?
y'all are kind of doing the topic before we get to the debate. That's going to sway the audience.
Come on, dog.
Nah, the dude ain't even showed up yet. So I mean, we might as well go ahead and do that. Do that here, man. Look, man, it's your time. It's your time. Look, hey, what they say, Charlene. Look, if you on time, you late in the military. So let's get it. Look, hey, not all black communities are failing.
Yeah, but that's not fair to me.
Way.
I
Now,
mean, I'm on time. That's not really fair to me. Because what if y'all use some of the points that I wanted to talk about? It's not going to seem like it's original. It's not going to seem like it's original.
So listen to this, Polo.
What's up?
Hey, hold on, Rosie. Hey, Max. All right, we waiting for Woke Progressive. We sent all kind of things. Some people emailed them. Some people put a link to this live.
Did you make sure he wasn't blocked?
I unblocked him.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah.
What's going on, everybody?
What's up with it, man?
Ozzy and Polo want to get into it.
Hey, Polo, man, we pulled that one out, bro.
You said what?
We pulled that one out, man.
No, I mean, no. I mean, he wanna take little jabs or whatever. So I guess I got to come with the Buster Douglas shit. Let's go.
What happened?
Listen. Okay, Rozzy, tell this man what you just said.
Oh, the champ's up here. What up, Rozzy?
Hey, it was good. Oh, right. So all I said is that, black men are failing, right?
Oh, okay. No. You said black people.
Well, black people. Well, when I say black people, right. So black people. But when I say black people, I'm primarily talking about black men, right? Because black men are the leaders of the community, right? So
right.
So I put the responsibility on black men. So black men are failing. Yeah, black men are failing. And his response was not right. So his response was not all. Well, of course, not all. I mean, but at the same time, our communities are in shambles.
Right. But said, you gotta put that into perspective, though. You can't. Okay, look.
Why?
No. Hold on. Like when I talk to you, are you a failing black man? When you talk to Max, when you talk to Max, hold on.
Let me answer that right there.
No, when you talk to Max, is he an accomplished black man? Is he failing? No. When you talk to Kev, I don't know his life.
Okay, but hold on.
He's not a failing black man.
But you just asked me,
hey.
are you? Okay,
hey, man. Y'all want to get it on?
Oh no, I just want to answer this question right quick. He asked me, "Am I a failing black man?" I have failed, and I'm picking myself up. That's why I'm on this weight loss mission. I've said before on these panels, throughout my 20s, I didn't take life seriously. I didn't take my health seriously. I didn't take finances seriously, and I'm picking myself up. So I failed technically.
That's what I'm talking about, Rozzy, man. More power to you, brother.
Okay, hold on.
Right there, my brother.
Okay, I'm not gonna let you get away with that. Hold on 1 second. Wait a minute. No, wait. You just said you talked about weight and you talked about something that was individual, right? But see, you got to put it in. You got to put it in its proper context when we talk about fellas. Now you talking about leadership from a leadership standpoint. We talking about leading our household, being being a husband, being a father, being a person that is a productive male in society. That's what I'm talking about. That now all
I
that
mean,
weight
but you did,
and
but you
health
did
and
ask
things.
me. Hold on, but you
Hold
did.
on. Let me finish. Let me finish my
Oh
statement.
God,
Let me finish. Nah, you got to let me finish. This is what
go
I'm
ahead,
saying.
bro.
We talking about leadership qualities. You talking about something that's okay, individual. You talking about like your health. You talking about all that other stuff. But when you're saying failing, I'm thinking you talking about like the community, such as me going
Community
out.
is
You know what I'm
failing.
saying? Being a gangster, shooting up people, doing all this other stuff, bragging about it to the youth.
Hey,
That's failing
okay.
your community.
Okay, guys. Both of y'all got strong points. This is a debate time. What y'all want to do?
I just wanted to answer my point. Now, I just wanted to answer my question. Is
Nah.
the
I'm not gonna let y'all get away with this, man. This is Black Ops debate.
Go ahead.
If y'all feel that strongly about it, let's throw down the gauntlet and get it on.
Let's do it.
Y'all sound like both of y'all got powerful points, and you know what? And I like the way y'all going at it. Y'all going at it on a very realistic street level, and I love that. Y'all
Yeah,
don't took all of the
it
politics.
ain't never personal with me, man. Like
No.
I don't do
But I
all
like
the
the way y'all
politics.
going at it. Y'all two black men with y'all opinions about it, and it's on a very realistic street level, and I love it, man. Y'all don't do all of the politics out. Fuck all the other shit. Hey, it's me and you as two black men. Let's talk about this. I like that approach that y'all taking. And if this will probably be, if y'all debate, it'll probably be a debate that few people will understand. You know what I'm saying? Because most people ain't that down to earth and ain't that real. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
But if y'all feel
So,
strongly about it, man, let's fire it up.
Yeah, I
but I'm
mean,
trying to, but see, but I'm trying to understand
Kev
it.
over there crying and stuff because woke progressive ain't come. He was about to smoke him and stuff, and he
Well,
mad
yeah,
because we taking his talking point.
yeah, this could be a
I'm
nice
fucking with you,
preliminary to
Kev,
their
man.
show. But I'm saying that y'all feel, I mean,
It's
this
all
Black Ops,
good, but I was ready.
we don't,
I'm fucking with you, man.
hey man, on Black Ops debate, you don't just get to argue and get away with it, bro.
Well, man, let's do it.
Rozzy, champ, what's up?
See if we're going to debate the debate, like it would be have to be about a topic, like what would be debate? See,
All right,
my point was okay. My point was my point was the community is in shambles and it's failing. Black men are failing.
Okay, all right, okay. So what y'all do is we can decide a topic that both of you are comfortable with. Y'all can get it on, man. I like what y'all debating about right now. I mean, it's strong. Y'all
Let's
can
do
go
it,
ahead.
Razzie, man. We got to give him something. We got to give him something, man. You know what
Yeah,
I'm
man.
saying?
Y'all just can't come up here hollering and screaming and shit, and you know, and we ain't getting nothing out of it. We got to teach on this channel as well, man. You know what I'm saying?
I don't
Give
think
us something,
Razzie had.
champ.
I don't
Give
think
us something,
Razzie
champ.
had
Champ. Hold on one
his
second. Who
talking
just
points
came up?
together in mind.
No, y'all can take your time. Y'all can take your time. Ain't no rush.
I already got my talking points. I already got mine.
Mm-hmm.
I don't need to get prepared.
So you okay? So
I'm
what's the
trying.
topic?
But hold up, though. I'm trying to see whether you agree, whether he agrees or he disagrees, because I don't even know if he technically disagrees with everything that what the argument's going to be about. Like,
Okay, well, y'all,
okay,
y'all
hold
figure it
on.
out. Let me get the judges together, okay? Charlene, you want to judge?
Yeah, I thought I was judging.
Okay, Kev, you want to judge since you ain't debating right now?
I guess, but are they about to do the same topic that we were going to do?
Wait a minute.
Because
Did y'all
it
just
sound like the
whoa,
same topic with different words.
y'all just hijacked my man's topic. What's up with that?
No.
Yeah, that's why I messing with
Hey
Kev
man, y'all
about,
done
man.
jack my man.
I don't. Nah,
Okay.
I don't want to be disrespectful to Kev if he using some of the. If
Yeah,
not, he
yeah,
read about the
man.
talking points. That
Man.
would be
Oh,
disrespectful.
wait a
You know
minute.
what
Bro
I'm saying?
Speaks in the building, man. We might have another judge. Bro Speak, you want to come up and judge? Truth is doing good. Okay. Man. Oh, okay, man. Y'all done jack my man's topic. I thought y'all had your own topic, Rozzy.
Rozzy was trying to put on a show like he always do, man. Like yeah,
I can't let
Rozzy.
y'all jack Cat. I can't let y'all jack Cat's topic. That's the one he supposed to be going with up against Woke Progressive with. If Woke ever show his punk ass up.
Okay, Carolyn is suggesting that Rozzy and Polo debate is technology hurting our children.
Oh, that's a good one.
So they don't
Oh, that's
they ain't wandering into Kev's and Woke Progressive topic.
Yeah, we can do that too, but I like them to debate on something that they both agree about that's comfortable. You know what I'm saying? That would
You
depend
gonna
on
go?
them.
I think me and Rozzy probably agree on that on that topic that technology is fucking up society. I don't know about Rozzy, but I know
Mm-hmm.
probably had the same perspective, so that wouldn't
Champ, you
work.
feel froggy tonight, man? Because you ain't been in action in a while. I know you're hungry. You ain't beat nobody in a minute. So, what you want to do, man? You want to do something tonight?
Yeah, boy. So let's pick a topic, boy. Pick a topic. Pick a topic.
Okay.
Let's go.
Polo seems game, but y'all can't. Hey, man, y'all can't jackass topic though.
Yeah. And the fact that he's going to be one of the judges is
Hold on, man.
going
Let me see
to.
if bro speak. Hey, bro speak.
Hey, what's up?
Hey, what's up, man? You want to judge tonight?
Salute, brother. Speak.
Hey, Polo, how you doing? Yeah, why not?
Okay. All right, man. We got our 3 judges. Okay, so whenever y'all decide on the topic, man, we be ready to roll.
Okay. Let me see. I suggest that Charlene be head judge since she's
Yeah, that's
the
fine.
most experienced.
Okay, that's fine. Listen, I'd rather them pick a topic that they like. I don't want us to, because I want them to be at their best.
Mm-hmm.
So, come on, fella. What y'all want to talk about? Rozzy, what you feel like talking about?
Is the black community failing or not?
No. That's Kev's
Dog.
topic.
That's too wide range.
Why don't you get woke till like 9:20?
No. Well, we'll
And
put it
then
like this. No. Is technology failing our black
hold
our
on.
black people? You know what I'm saying?
Hold
I
on a
mean,
second,
maybe
Paul.
we
Let's
put
see
it
what
like
Kev
that.
got to say. Hold on. Let's see what Kev got. Go ahead, Kev, speak.
Yeah, I was gonna say get woke till like 9:25. If he doesn't show up, I'm willing to debate somebody else about the same topic.
Okay.
All right. I'll smoke you then.
Okay. Well, Rozzy is the champ. Okay, so he will
Oh,
have the
okay.
first. Yeah, Polo. Rozzy is the reigning champ, so he will take precedence over you. No disrespect.
Wait, he a people champ or what?
Shit. Hey, Rozzy, you don't respect the championship, bro.
Nah, I'm fucking with Rozzy, man.
We can.
Rozzy done got me hype. I mean, that's what he do, like.
Hey man, he don't respect the crown, Rozzy. Gotta show him what
better.
it is, man.
He better.
He don't respect the crowd, though. Okay.
I'll take off my belt. So make me take off my
I'm
belt.
gonna take off your belt and I'm gonna make stir fry with it.
Yeah.
All right, y'all.
Man.
So we heard. Okay, so we're gonna give Choke Progressive until what's his name? How long you want to wait, Kev?
Yeah, I don't mind waiting until like 9:25, 9:30, and if they want to do a different topic,
that's a long time.
Okay, so
topic before then or something, or they want to have a discussion. That's fine.
Okay, so we'll do 9. We'll do 9:25. Huh?
Ooh, okay. So a whole hour? Okay.
I know that's what I said.
No.
Oh, my bad. I'm on the I'm on the East Coast, so it's 9.
Oh yeah, 8:25 where I'm at.
I guess.
Yeah, man,
okay.
8:25 where you at? All right, and so
Dane, we Central.
Yeah, but wait. Okay, so okay,
8:30?
Champ, what position are you taking on the black community failing? Are you taking the it is or it isn't?
It is. I'm taking the position that it's not failing.
Okay, and Roger, you on the opposite end, right?
You know I'm on the opposite end.
All right, all
Yeah.
right, all right, all right, all right, all right. Shit, it's gonna be hot. Hey, Polo, man. Hey.
What's up? What's up? What's up? Come on. The only reason you amped up is because the Steelers won. PJ Watt got the record. Ben Roethlisberger got the record. They might end up having a shot at the playoffs. That's why you have.
Hey, man, I think, hey, man, Polo want a piece of you, Ozzy. You want to take on 2 debates tonight?
I take all 5 of y'all motherfuckers.
See, he is the champion.
Oh gosh.
Yeah, but y'all can't get his crown tonight because we ain't in the season yet. The season ain't gonna start until after Christmas, so his crown ain't up on the chopping block tonight.
Okay.
But both. All right, but it'll be a lot of fun, man. We can learn.
I thought a woman had the crown though.
No, we got 2 champions. We got a female champion and a male champion.
Yeah. Okay.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
Okay.
the female champ's up here too.
Okay, I'm just curious. Okay, if Kevin and Roz is debating, so far it looks like we just got 2 judges, Charlene and Bro Speak.
Oh yeah, so we need another judge. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I don't want to do Polo because he's gonna be biased because he already trying to get after Rozzy. So we need another judge, y'all.
No. I wouldn't do that.
Mm-hmm.
I wouldn't do that, man. You got to be fair, man.
What about Dane?
Okay.
Or objective.
No, me and Dane, we can't judge.
Mm-mm.
We can't judge. We're too biased, and plus we're the hosts of the show. I'm the MC. She's the timer and the controller of the show. So no.
Oh, Dane Frankie, I wanted to answer your question because you said what are some good topics. I found this list.
I mean, we can do Mika, but Mika is in the chat though.
Should everyone have the right to own guns?
And she's not in right now. Oh wait. Hold on a sec, Kevin. All right, go ahead. Wait. Hold on. You washing your hands? I'm hearing water noise. Oh, Mika says she's here.
Is she coming on the panel or is she gonna?
I think Mika, are you gonna come up on the panel? You can still keep your camera off. Are you gonna be able to come up on the panel?
Hey Kendall, try to. Hey, Kendall, man, I'm telling you, bro, don't be distracting the crowd when we get this debate on, man. We trying to teach people something. It's an educational debate. I would like the people to stay focused on what's being done up here on the panel. So you can take your usual focus stealing antics elsewhere. Okay, so nothing. Yeah, Mika, can you come up or are you gonna? Because we never did it with a judge. Because we never did it with a judge in the chat before. If not, we'll go with Polo. Okay. What are they saying in the chat?
Okay, she asked Polo, do you mind? She won't be able to hop on till after 10 o'clock.
Okay, so Polo, you want it?
Polo?
That's why I came up here.
Ooh, Polo, your mic is low.
I guess not, because I kept pushing it. I mean, Yeah, I was trying to bang on the door anyway. I didn't say nothing,
Might
man.
be
I'm
his
talking to
name.
myself. Hold on.
Okay, we got Charlene, we got Bro Speak, and it looks like we're gonna have Polo when he
Straighten out what's going on with the his mic, I guess.
All right, Kendall. Okay, I'm just saying, because you know how you get, bro. I mean, you're my brother and all, but you be getting on my nerves, bro. Um, Shout out to Joe W. Yeah, Joe. We about to get it on. Um, we need one more judge. I think Polo is free. Joe, what you doing? You want to judge tonight? Because I think Polo might be busy. Let's see if Joe's in the building, so let's see if he wants to judge.
Don't worry, it's between Kevin and Rozzy.
Yeah, because I don't think Woke is going to show up. I think his punk ass ain't going to show up.
You're probably too busy chasing men. That's just
He's chasing men. Hallelujah. He's chasing men.
Yo, man, we might as well just jump just do the debate now, man. He ain't coming, bro.
Okay, so Joe can't do it, right? All right, so
What about Truth Is?
And I want the
The truth is,
no. Let's give Polo a minute.
mm-hmm.
We still got 4 minutes for Mary and her boots to show up.
Besides, with us all kind of occupied, we need truth is monitoring the chat.
Okay, so let me brief the judge. Okay, judges, so we're going to be fair and impartial.
Maybe one for life.
Judges, huh?
Sorry, I said hi, B1 for life.
Yeah, fair and impartial judges judge these people on their wits and how well they bring the topics, on how well they prove their cases. There'll be no disrespect. Any disrespect is a disqualification. Don't be afraid to disqualify someone. Don't be afraid to disqualify someone if they get out of order and it gets too personal and they become extremely disrespectful. As a judge, it is your duty to disqualify them from the debate. Okay? Other than that, be fair, be impartial, and, let's have a good debate. All judges are clear?
10-4?
All right.
Let's go.
You can go
All right,
first.
hold on. Still waiting. Wait
Nah,
a minute,
I
man.
want
Still
you to
waiting.
go first.
Hold on 1 second. I'm still waiting on
Polo.
Polo.
Okay.
Hey, what's up? What's going on, y'all?
Okay, you're gonna be judging, right?
Oh, I'm gonna judge. Okay, no problem. I'm
Yeah.
listening.
You sure you're listening? Because we
Yes,
ready to
I'm
start.
listening. I'm listening, Max. I'm here.
All right, y'all. We're getting ready to get it on. Kevin versus the champ, Rozzy.
Come on with it.
And the debate topic is the black community. What is it?
Is black
What's your
culture
topic?
is black culture failing the black community?
Is black culture? Didn't we debate that already?
That's kind of similar to the woke debate that I had.
That's what I'm
Yeah,
saying.
No,
Right?
that's similar. That's not the same. It's not the same. But
No.
Is black
but
culture?
hold on.
Well, you're comparing black culture and
The
white
last
culture?
debate is white culture better.
Yeah.
Oh,
No,
okay,
I
okay.
don't see. I don't see. Okay, but see the culture. Okay, so okay.
Yeah, he
Well,
picked the topic, so that's what I came
The
to
black
debate.
culture fell in the community.
All right, okay. So let's get it
Is
tight.
black culture failing black people or failing in
All
general?
right. All right. Well, since you're debating the champ, okay. So y'all get it. What topic y'all gonna agree on?
damn. See. Okay, is the black community failing?
Is the black community failing?
Like, is it progressing or is it regressing?
Okay, well, the black community failing. Kev?
All right, that's
I
fine,
guess y'all.
but I prefer to go second.
Okay,
No, I
but
prefer
y'all
to go
gonna.
second. How you gonna go second? I'm the champ. I picked the goddamn who go second and who go
Yeah,
first.
yeah,
Okay,
Kev. You should.
okay.
Yeah, but this is my first
Who's
time, and I fulfill my obligation to be here on time.
Yeah,
okay? So
yeah.
who's saying that is failing and who's saying it's not failing? So I want to be clear.
I'm saying it's not failing.
And
So
Roger
you
is saying it
okay?
is failing.
Yes, go ahead. Yes, yes.
Okay.
Okay, Razi. Okay, Razi. Go ahead and go first, man. Let him go second because he was here on time. He's supposed to be going up against Woke.
Okay.
So,
I respect
all
that. I
right,
respect that. Okay.
all right,
So,
everybody. Okay, all right, everybody. It is. It's the black community failing. Kev versus Razi. Razi, you up first. Dame. Let's time it up for the open arguments.
Okay. 5 minutes or 3 minutes for their open arguments?
5 minutes.
All right. All right.
Yeah, we're gonna also go 5 minutes on the rebuttal round too. Okay, but 5 minutes. All right, Razi. Dame, time him up. You got 5 minutes to lay out your opening argument.
All
All right,
right.
Dame, time him up. Let's get it on, y'all. Black Ops
All,
debate.
all right. Here we go. All right. You can go now.
okay. So my position that the black community is failing is because we have a group of men that go against the best interest of black women and children. Okay. If you look at the black community across this nation, yes, you have some positive things that's going down. I know that you have a lot of positive black men that want to do things that get unnoticed. You have some positive black women who are doing some things that go unnoticed. But overall, if you look at these children, right, they're not being raised properly. There's no great role models within the community. Um, we have created a culture where it's okay to devalue women. I wouldn't say we created that culture, so let me take that back because that shit didn't come from us. But we have accepted the mentality that women are nothing but their body and they should be degraded and the black woman isn't valued. I can't even get black men to be on the side of black women. Now, I'm not saying that's all of black men, but it's a whole lot. Like, if you look at the popular narrative is these bitches ain't shit. That's the narrative. These black boys, they believe bitches ain't shit. Look at the music. The music promotes the worst of us. I mean, just look around you. Things are just looking bad. Not everything is bad, but a lot of things are bad. And yes, we are failing. We don't have that much wealth. We have too many broken homes. Black women don't feel like they're loved and protected. The black children are not being protected as much. That's a yes, we're failing. This white man, black men have been bowing down to white men for so long. That's a failure. We don't even believe in being black first. Putting our community's best interest first. And I'm going to cut it off right now. I'm done. You can go ahead. I'm done.
How much time you got
All
left,
right,
Dame?
time. He got a minute 44.
Okay,
So
I'm,
you
I'm
don't
gonna
want to
keep
finish?
going. I'm gonna keep going. I'm gonna keep going.
All right. Resuming now.
You know what? I'm gonna go ahead. I'm done. Go ahead, Kev. Go ahead. I don't know what else you want to say. Go ahead.
All
All
right.
right. Okay. All right. Time them up, Dane.
Okay. All right, Kev.
Okay, you up. Dane, time them up.
All right. You can start going now.
All right. I believe that Black culture is progressing Black people forward. I think the biggest issue is that we don't have enough control over our image in terms of having uh, media coverage. You know, we don't have the same amount of news networks, cable stations, and things like that. But I wanted to say some statistics that back that up. So we have over $1 trillion of spending power, which is what fuels the economy. Um, we spend about 19% more than the next. What?
Time. Dane, I'm sorry. Stop. Time. Dane, stop the time.
I stopped.
Okay, Kev. Okay. When you have statistics, right? You have to show it on screen, or you can't bring them up. Because when you just say statistics, we have to be able to see it. You just can't tell us that. We got to see what you're talking about. You got to show it. You got to present that. Do you have that image with you, or can you
I
pull it
wrote
up?
well, I wrote the notes and I did quote the sources.
Do we have? Okay. Okay.
But
Let me ask the judges. Judges, come alive real quick.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, we're right here.
Uh, are you guys okay with his notes, or you want him to show something on the screen to back up his statistics?
Um, I would
And
say,
camera.
I would say instead of using statistics, I would like for him to give out examples. So
Okay.
unless he has that on hand,
I mean, the
Okay.
he can show it
statistics are
to us.
fine. I mean, the statistics are fine. But like I'm with Max, you got to see it. But other than that, yeah, I'm with Charlene. You got to
Okay.
come with an example though.
Yeah.
So either
Broski.
Kev,
or is fine.
mhm.
Yeah,
Kev,
Bro.
I'm in agreement with that. Unless you can actually show it, you know,
so
I
I can't cite like where I got it from because
Yeah, I think you could put it in the back channel or put it down in the chat also, so
Yeah.
everybody knows what you're talking about.
put
Yeah.
it
Because
in.
we
Put it in the
can't share the
but we
private.
can't
screen.
judge it. But
Yeah,
then we
that's
can't
what I was
judge
trying
it.
to say, Kev. If you're on your computer and he's on your computer, you
No.
can
No. No.
share the
No. No. No.
screen.
No. 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 He has to be able to present it. The judges have to see some kind of clear. You know, it's not a treasure hunt. Okay. You can share the screen, Kev. Okay. If you got something, just say you want to share the screen, and then we'll set up where you can share the screen. But the judge has to see some kind of visual of what you're talking about. Other than that, it's just hearsay.
Can I say something?
Uh huh.
Kev, you're doing well. I think you just need to reword it. You just
Ah, ah,
all
ah,
right.
ah, ah,
Yeah.
ah, ah, ah.
We
This is a
Okay,
can't
debate.
help him.
okay,
No,
okay.
Can't
Well,
be
I
helping
just
him.
told him earlier what he should
That's
do.
it.
Okay.
It's
no,
his
no, no, no.
debate.
Right, right. Right now, I'm trying to tell them the rules of the game here. Is if you present any kind of statistics or facts, whatever, you have to be able to show a visual of that on the screen. And we can share the screen.
Yeah,
You're allowed to share the screen.
we messing up his rhythm though, y'all. I'm gonna be real. I know Kev is like he ready to get off, man, and y'all
Uh huh.
messing up. See, I know he ready to get off.
Yeah, but we got to do it right though. We got to be fair. We just can't let him say things and there's no video. You just can't just say stuff. You got to be able to back it up. If you're
well,
gonna
yeah, I was gonna.
cite
That's what I was
statistics,
saying.
right?
I have sources though. Like I put parentheses like on the source I got it from.
Okay, well, we'll let the judges decide on that. Okay, we're gonna move forward. Okay, but listen, I'm gonna be honest with you. It may hurt you if you can't show it. Okay, so going forward, if you got anything else about citing statistics or whatever, you're gonna have to be able to put it on the screen, or it's just gonna be hearsay. All right, because the
Well,
judges, you got to convince the judges. Okay, that they're not here to help you. You have to present your case. Okay, so you
what I
can't just
mean, like,
cite stuff.
so if I say according to the census XYZ, is that okay, or do I need to
Okay, well
provide
that
it?
again, that would be up to the judges. I'm just saying. Okay, I'm just letting you know the rules. If
Okay.
the judges are okay with that, you know, all right,
Yeah,
all
he's
right. So
citing
you
the
understand?
he's citing. Oh, my bad, man. He's citing the source. So,
Okay,
man.
it's up to the judges. Okay, all right. So you know the rules now, right? Okay, if you're gonna cite yourselves or whatever, you know, I guess it'll reflect in their their decision. All right, Dame, time them in. Okay.
Okay. You want me to start them over?
Yeah, start them over to be fair. Start them over to be fair. Okay.
All right.
Okay,
All right.
Kev, you're up.
All right. You can go now.
All right, yeah. So I think Black culture is advancing Black Americans forward. Black culture is heavily appropriated by other groups. We see that done all the time, whether it's music, dance, hairstyles, film, tanning their skin. Uh, Now, if you want to look at a prime example, would be Deja Taylor. She was a 17-year-old and she invented sutures that change color when you get an infection. Um, People, if you don't know what sutures are, they're like stitches. So if you go get surgery, you get something sewn up. She invented she invented stitches where if you have some type of infection, it'll change color, which will let the doctors know, you know, that that person has some type of infection in conjunction with their injury. That is something that doesn't get a lot of media coverage, but that's a 17-year-old Black girl, and that speaks to the example of the fact that we just don't have enough ownership in terms of imagery. The most sought after scientist is Neil deGrasse Tyson. That's a brother who's an astrophysicist. Currently speaking, hip hop rap music is the most popular musical genre. Even if you listen to pop music, a lot of the chorus will be a rapper with the singer. Now, according to the so right now the black the black high school graduation rate and above is over 90%. That is according to the Bureau of Labor and Statistics. 92.3% of black people have a high school diploma or higher. 61.4% have an education that is above a high school diploma, so that would be some college. And then 40% have an associate's degree or higher, so associate's degree, bachelor's, master's, and doctorate, which we've never had numbers like that before. Another another issue that goes into the portrayal of black people having a negative culture again with the media. According to the FBI.gov, this is based off of 2017 records. I believe they update these every 5 years. There were 8,162,000 arrests. Out of those 8 million arrests, 5.6 million of those were white, 2.2 million of those were black. So the again media portrayal of negativity is not really reflected in actual things like the arrest records. Um, and again, that's according to uscr.fbi.gov. Getting into other aspects of culture that would include entertainment. So the highest paid actor is Kevin Hart. And the most awarded singers are Michael Jackson, Whitney Houston, and Beyonce. That's according to Forbes. The highest paid entertainer. This is also according to Forbes, or highest paid athlete. Sorry, according to Forbes, the highest paid basketball player is LeBron James. Highest paid football player is Dak Prescott. The highest paid racer is Lewis Hamilton, and the second highest paid tennis player is Naomi Osaka. We are in 2021 the least incarcerated that we've been in the past 100 years. And the wages and income have continued to increase. So again, in my opinion, the portrayal of what is Black culture is different from what actually is Black culture. And I think people take the negative imagery and portray that as Black culture instead of looking at the actuality. There are more Black people in college than there are in jail, things of that nature. So I will see my time.
All right. Okay, time. Paused at 21 seconds. Okay. So now we get into the critique of the other person's opening statement. All right. So Rozzy, are you ready?
Yeah.
All right.
Mm-hmm.
All right. 5 minutes, and you can go now.
Yes. So the one thing I've noticed about him, right, is that he mentioned a lot of celebrities, right? He mentioned rock music. He mentioned actors, Kevin Hart, athletes. I believe he mentioned. That does not represent the progression of Black America. Like that does not mean that that does not mean Black America is progressing forward because you have some talented Negroes who got accepted by white people. Okay? All of these people that you named, they're workers, right? They don't own really too much of shit. These athletes don't own. Well, an athlete doesn't own their talent, but Black people do not own Black talent, right? So you named people who got rich, you know, from white people accepting them. But if we look at the masses, see, you cannot point at this individual, that individual, and say, oh, well, he did this, he did that, he's a millionaire, he's the highest paid, he accomplished this, and say, well, shit, Black America is progressing because you have some Black people who are doing some great things. That does not mean anything. If you look at the community in totality, the Black community is in shambles. I mean, we sit here and talk about this shit every day, all day. Okay, if the Black community was progressing, we would see it. People will really notice it. And you talked about the media, right? The media is not showing these great things, right? But why are we the fact that we're waiting on the media to show our progress? It's a failure right there. That's part of the see. You don't even know that you proved my point. But by naming those things, you proved my point. Okay? You proved my point. Actually, just by your statements alone. Because you didn't prove that these households, that the community is safe. Is the black community safe for women and children? Are children being protected? Are women being protected? Till then, nah. We ain't really doing a damn thing like that. We lose it. I'm done.
All right. Powerful stuff so far from both sides. Roger, you good with your time? Dame, how much time he has left?
A minute and 22.
Yeah, I'm good.
Okay. You good, Raji?
Yep.
All right, Kevin, you have 5 minutes to rebuttal. Time them up, Dame.
All right. You can go now.
Yeah, all right. So I think you reduced my argument to the celebrity examples I had used. The reason I had used those examples was that they are a part of Black culture. Now, to your point about only using celebrities, I didn't only use celebrities because I had mentioned the fact that we have the highest education in terms of Black history. Right now, 92.3% of Black Americans have a high school degree or higher, which is, again, that was from the Bureau of Labor and Statistics, BLS.gov. I had also mentioned the scientist who was only 17 years old, who invented a medical game changer. There is also a Black woman who was a part of creating the Moderna vaccine for COVID. That's a part of Black culture. We could talk about Neil deGrasse Tyson, which I have mentioned. He is the top scientist right now that's alive. And he didn't do that by getting cool with white people. He did that by being highly intelligent, going to Ivy League schools, honing his craft. And yes, he's reaping the benefits of that. Now, in terms of the media, every country, every culture uses media to boost their appearance, to highlight the positive things that they're doing, and to showcase their culture. So the media is very important. We are in a country that runs off media, whether it's Doritos commercials, Pepsi commercials, Coke commercials. This country and all countries are ran off of media. You can talk about countries like North Korea where they have posters up of their president all the time. That is a media. They're trying to sell an image. So the reason why, even though statistically crime has gone down, really for every group in this country, but that's why I brought up the arrests. There were 8 million arrests. Out of that 8 million, 5.8 million were white. Only 2.2 million were Black. The media portrays it as, oh my gosh, all these Black people harming each other and doing this and that. But that's not represented. The other thing I wanted to break up, because you said, okay, what about everyday life? In my personal everyday life, I know that there were 20 Black women-owned restaurant businesses that were just created around my neighborhood. Black women are the biggest and fastest growing entrepreneurs. Black women are also the most educated group of people by race and by gender. According to...
All right, time, stop. I'm sorry, stop. Time. Hold that thought, Dame. Time. Razi.
Yo.
Go on mute.
Yeah, you're making too much noise, man.
All right, time in.
All right. Hold on just 1 second. All right. You can go now.
All right. So yeah, to continue that statement, this is according to the NCES. So that is ncs.ed.gov. So that is the national... Oh, my bad, the screen changed. My bad. So for the NCES, it is the National Center for Education and Statistics, which is done by the government. And it says that 60% of bachelor's, this is about Black women being the most educated group. 67% of Black women, out of all the bachelor's degrees that were awarded to Black women. For white women, it's 60%. For Hispanic women, it's 62%. And for Asian Americans, it's 56%. So that is a prime example of how our culture is progressing. Again, the portrayal is not equal to the actuality. And that is why media is important. The reason why the last president was so successful was because of media. The reason why he was able to get and win his position was because of media. Had he not had media, social media, commercials, he wouldn't have became the president. And that's true for all presidents. That's why they spend so much money on commercials and advertising and sales. And last but not least, 73%, this is according to blackdemographics.com, 73% of Black men ages 25 to 64 are employed. The unemployment rate for Black people is 7.9%, which is very close to the national average. Again, 10, 20 years ago, that was not the case. And last but not least, do I still have time? Sorry.
Yes, you still got time, but it's clocking down fast.
Okay. Last but not least, I just wanted to make this point. The poorest, 4 out of the 5 poorest states are actually predominantly white. Kentucky, this is according to LexingtonLaw.com.
Time.
Kentucky, West Virginia. Oh, okay.
Time.
All right. Good stuff, man. Good stuff. All right. We're going to now move into what I call the judges round. 3 minutes of hard-hitting questions from the judges. Okay? The judges will ask their questions of each combatant. Judges, get your questions together. From the time you're up, you have 3 minutes to hit these combatants with some hard-hitting questions. Everybody ready?
Matt,
What?
we don't ask each other no questions, me and Cab. Like, we don't ask each other no questions and all that.
Yeah, y'all can do that after the judges have their thing. If that's what you want to do. Okay? And then once y'all ask each other's questions, we're going to go into the 10-minute round, and that's where we're going to duke it out. All right? Mano a mano. All right, Dane, time the judges up. Judges come alive. You got 3 minutes to question the combatants. Starting, Dane, time them up.
All right, judges. Unmute yourselves and okay, Charlene, you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay. All right. Y'all can go now.
Okay, I guess I'll go first. Okay, my question is for Razi. What good do you see in the Black community? And give an example.
The good I see is, the rise in entrepreneurs. Entrepreneurs. Every time I turn around, if you look at Black women, a lot of Black women are like creating things. Like, I'm on Instagram a lot, right? And every time I'm on Instagram, I see, these stories of how Black women created this, created that. We're owning more. We're being more self-employed. It's what I mean. Like, we're being more self-employed. Especially Black women. So that's the positive thing, I would have to say.
Okay, and then I have a question for Kev. So my question is, Kev, you kept stating a statement over and over, like you had a badge on your chest saying that 8 billion Americans were arrested, and out of that 8 million, 5.6 were white and 2.2 or 2.3 were black. My question to you, if the black people in this country is only 15%, right, out of the whole population, don't you think that 2.2 million is still a lot?
I think that based on where black people tend to live in this country, it tends to be cities. So the level of interaction with other people is higher. So I don't think that it's a lot. If you look at any if you look at any other country, there's more crime in the cities than there are in rural areas. And that tends to just be because crime is typically about poverty and proximity. Where there's more poverty, there's going to be more crime. But I was saying that in comparison to the fact that when people think of crime, they instantly think of black people, typically black men. When I'm saying in reality is that we're not overrepresented to the extent that people portray.
The other judges, they could ask questions. I asked mine too.
Yeah.
Okay,
All
I'll
right.
go. Okay, this one's to Razi.
Okay. Hold on a second. Pause. That 3 minutes is up, Max.
Give him 2 more minutes.
Okay.
And
All
listen,
right.
y'all.
Mhm.
Listen, combatants, right? When the judges ask you questions, please try to answer your questions swiftly so we can be fair to both combatants. So, don't go on these long diatribes. Try to answer the questions quickly so we can move on to the next judge that wants to ask a question. Okay? Tommy Mendane.
Okay. All right, bro. Speak. You can go now.
Okay, this one's to Razi. What do you think is the primary reason for the black culture failing?
I think the primary reason is the damn, it is self-love, lack of self-respect. Yeah, that would be self-love and not caring about oneself. That's the biggest contributor to the culture failing. Yes.
Okay. To Kevin. Okay. Now, I think Razi brought this up, and I want to ask you: do you think that the fact that we don't own our talent and our image is a proof that the black culture is failing, or do you think that it's not?
So I disagree with that statement because more black people, he already had just said, more black people are becoming entrepreneurs, more black people are opening up businesses, more black people are self-employed. So to me, those all sound like positives, that everything's moving in a positive direction.
Okay. Paulo, you got anything?
Well, yeah. My first question is for Razi. Razi, do you believe, or are you basing most of your uh, theory on, as far as the black culture failing? Are you basing that primarily on stereotype or on actual facts?
I'm basing it off of facts, not stereotypes. Yeah, yeah. It's not. It's facts, not stereotypes.
Okay, and by
Time. Time. Hold that thought. Time.
No, let him get
Okay.
the last question out. Let him get the last question out. We'll fix this
Okay.
later. Let me get the
All
last
right.
question out.
All right. Go ahead.
okay,
Paulo.
okay. My, my question for Kev, you mentioned education. Now, with the statistics being better in education, do you believe that that is a is that the front runner or the forefront of African Americans being progressive as opposed to all the other statistics? Because you keyed in on education. I noticed that.
Yes. What is going on? Yes, I do. Again, as black women, black men and black women both have become a lot more educated. But with that, you're seeing a lot more black businesses. I've seen law firms open locally. I've seen a lot of restaurants open locally. And there's for certain jobs, there is a educational barrier of entry. A educated person is more likely to get a loan for a business, or they more likely to have gone to school to study how to operate a business. So yes.
All right. That's all I got.
All right, thank you, judges. That's the end of the judges' round. Okay, we're going into the next round where you guys will ask each other a question. And after that, we will head into the final round where it will be mano a mano, you against him, him against you. All right, but before we get there, we will allow you two guys to question each other, one question each, starting with, and I get to pick the order, starting with Kev.
Okay.
Do I go now, or you need a timer?
You can go now.
Oh, yes. So Razi, you're saying that your point of contention was that black women are don't feel safe or don't feel as protected. How has that gotten worse since the crack epidemic?
How has it gotten worse?
Yes.
I don't even think it got worse. I don't think it got like any, like it's like the lack of protection like hasn't. I wouldn't say it got worse. Like I think it's been like the same. Like it's always been a lack of protection, lack of protection. I don't think it's got worse though. That's a hard question, but I don't think it has got worse though. Go ahead, I'm done.
Okay, Kevin, is that adequate enough for you?
Yeah, because I don't respond, right?
No, you don't. No.
All right, yep, that's fine.
Okay, Razi.
Right, so I got a good question. Like, could you talk about how black people are graduating from schools at a high rate, right? Who owns these schools? White people or black people?
Both. I mean, most black people go to historically black colleges and universities, and most of those are black owned. So the answer would be both.
Okay, Razi, satisfied?
No, but I'm gonna let him go.
Yeah, say before. You see, the reason why I do this, right? Because any unfinished business can be taken up in the next round, which we are at right now, ladies and gentlemen. The round that you've all been waiting for, the 10 minutes, toe to toe, blow for blow, knockout, drag outs, mano on mano. Let's get ready to rock. Now let me stop. All right. Anyway. Okay, combatants, are you ready? Razi, Kev, you guys are ready to duke it out?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Yeah, I'm ready.
I'm ready.
All right, standard rules. No over talking each other. We must be able to hear both of you make your points. No filibustering, or you may get flagged by the judges.
Right.
Okay, if somebody's over talking or whatever, and you can't hear nobody, one of the judges will step in and admonish somebody, and that could cost you. Depending on how bad it is, it could cost you this debate. All right, so please let each other talk, fight it out, but we want to hear both sides. No disrespect of any kind, or you will be disqualified. Do both combatants understand the rules?
Yes.
Okay. Can I kick it off?
Oh, hold on, man. Let me give you time in, all right? Okay, time in. The champ will start throwing punches, and Kev, I suggest you either duck or swing back, all right? All right, time him up, Dame.
All right. Too
10
many
minutes.
schools. All
Here we
right.
go.
All right, gentlemen. Y'all ready? Go ahead now.
So, hey, yo, my man. So, how many high schools? How many? Because you said the HBCUs are owned by black people for the most part, right? Which I
Hmm.
disagree with, right? But how many high schools in junior high schools are owned by black people? How many of those are owned by black
I don't have the numbers on that. There are Montessori schools that are owned by black people. Most people go to public school, which is owned by the state, so it's not really owned by anybody. It's not owned by a
people?
particular race. It's owned by the country.
Right. So it's owned by the country. Okay. So when in these history books, okay. So the purpose of education is to prepare the future generation for the future. How is these schools preparing black men to deal with the problems in this country?
Um, I would say it depends on who you have as a teacher, but schools in general don't. Most public schools don't teach life skills. That's usually reserved for parents.
Okay, so I got to ask you this, okay? Because when it comes to schools, right? You say it's owned by the state, right? But
Hmm.
who's putting these schools in place? Is it white people or black people?
It will be both. Is
Huh?
the Board of Education is made up of people from every race and background.
So these schools that so let me ask you this. It's a good question. How come in these schools, these public schools, right? How come they're not teaching about African history and they're teaching them about white history? How come they're not teaching things that solve the problems for black people in this country? If it's not just if it's not a school ran by white people.
Okay, well they teach them. They're supposed to teach American history, which includes all groups of people. I believe parents can get together and give suggestions and go to attend PTA meetings and school board meetings and push for that. But it's complex because every school is different. I mean, you could be two public schools in the same district and the education might not be the same. But I don't. But again, you have already conceded like a lot of my points. You said that when I asked you the treatment of people have gotten better or worse since the crack epidemic, you said it's about the same. If something's failing, that means it's getting worse. So you haven't really
No,
demonstrated how it's gotten
it
worse.
been
The
failing though. It
second,
been
the
failing.
second thing that I would say is you also conceded that more black people own businesses, more black people are self-employed. That would be progress. That would be the black culture progressing. If more people are owning their stuff and more people are opening businesses that they own, that's a positive. If less
Okay.
people are in jail and more people are educated, those are positives. You haven't really pointed out any way that things have gotten worse. To be failing, if you are at a point and then you fail, you're going down. If
Okay.
there's less
So
people in jail, less
can I
arrests,
go?
more business owners, where's the
Can I
failure
can
at?
I go? I would like to go because I didn't even heat up yet. I didn't even heat up yet. Because if this community is really on the is really rising, right? So how many black women protected out here? Are black women feeling protected?
I would actually say yes because the largest purchaser. Well, okay, I cannot speak for every. I can't
By
speak for
black
every
men,
black
by
woman.
black men, by black men. Are black
Again,
men protecting black women?
I for my community, I can say yes. I've worked in my neighborhood center for 5 years before I got into the medical field, and yes, like I've walked women home, I've walked kids home, we've escorted people by
That's
van,
just
we've
you
done
though.
all of
That's
that.
you.
But I can't
That's
speak.
you.
Yes, but this it's the same thing to you. You can't speak for everyone's
But see,
personal
here's the thing
situation.
though.
But
But see, here's okay. But let me
but my
let me just say this.
okay.
Let me just say this. Black women on a collective level are not being protected like they should.
Absolutely. Everyone, but that's the case for a lot of people. I mean, there's school shootings.
We're
You know,
not
there's
talking about
kids
a
that
lot
aren't.
of people though. We're talking
Okay,
about black people.
Okay, we can talk about black people. That same thing can be said for men as well, because if you look at who's the most likely
Who's
to
supposed to protect
experience,
men?
everyone should, the community should be protecting itself. But again, it hasn't gotten worse.
Men.
It's
So
gotten,
okay. So let me ask you
gotten
this.
better. There's
Okay, but are men supposed to protect women?
I don't gender things. I think it should be a mutual protection of each other.
Okay, so okay. I got a good question. Or do black men believe in building up the black community?
Absolutely.
The majority?
In my opinion, most black people that I know are trying to be financially empowered.
Okay,
I've never heard a black man.
Hold up, you just see what you just did?
Say, I want.
Hold up, you see what you just did? You see what you just did? You said the black people that you know. Fuck no, forget that.
No, I didn't. I said yes. You asked me a question. I said yes.
Okay, as a collective, you think they are as a collective?
Yes, and I was just saying that I've never heard a black man say, I want to work for somebody else. Most black men want to and are taking steps to empower themselves, which is why more black people in general are in education. There's more black business owners. Everything points to things getting better. That's not saying that there aren't bad things that happen that we can work on, but failing would mean every metric is going down.
I got a good question for you.
The other thing before you get to that, though, I wanted to answer your other question about the protection. The biggest purchaser of firearms in the last 2 years were black women. So
that's a gun. Wow! Ho! That's a gun. And another thing, I got a good question for you. Do black men believe in? Do black men value? Because you never really answered it on the collective level. Do black men value building up? So do black men really value? Do black men value black women?
Yes, and I think that's represented in the fact that if you look at the marriage in this country,
how many black men getting married?
I don't know the numbers on that, but out of the people who are married, 86% of black men are married to black women, and 90%. This is on Black Demographics website. Okay, so let's go with that. 90% of black women married are married to black men.
Okay, so right. Okay, so out of the black men who are getting married overall, okay, most of the black men who get married, and most black men are not getting married. It's a small percentage of that of black men that are getting married. So most of the black men who are getting married, yes, they're marrying black women. But that does not mean, just because that small percentage marries black women, that does not mean the majority of black men value black women.
And it doesn't mean the majority of black men don't value black women.
I can tell you how. But see, here's the thing: we like calling women bitch. Oh, we don't. I mean, look at the community. We like to call women bitches, hoes. We like to degrade women.
Again, and this is what I'm talking about. This is This is what you're doing. Is you're taking hip hop culture. And
no. It ain't about no. It's not about hip hop culture.
Because again, where are you finding that at? Because again, in my community, that is just not the case. We don't even use the N-word where I'm from. So I don't know. Are you
from a predominantly black community?
Philadelphia.
I'm from Wilmington, Delaware, and you telling me they don't use the N-word in Philly?
I'm not saying that they don't. I'm
saying my God, bro!
I'm saying the community that I've grown up in.
Let's look at
stuff that I know. The teachers, the black teachers that I had, they don't.
So listen,
and do those things.
Listen, you right across the street from me. You Philly, I'm Wilmington, Delaware. You right across the street. We neighbors. Okay, and I don't know. Okay, and your little community in Philly. Okay, they might not say the N-word and call women bitches and hoes and all that. But listen, Philadelphia is grimy as shit. Okay? I've been to Philadelphia. Okay? the shit ain't looking good there, and the shit ain't looking good here. It's so crazy how you'll say shit is progressing, and if you go all across this country and you go to black community, it's looking bad. But shit is but shit is good. It's progressing. No, it's not.
Time,
Well, it's
y'all.
not looking. Oh man,
Time.
I was just heating up. I was just
Yeah.
heating up. Oh,
Okay,
damn,
okay, 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 okay. Hold
boy,
on,
I
hold
was
on, hold
just
on, hold
heating
on.
up.
Okay, okay. So we're at the end of the round, but I have gotten rid of the audience participation and has replaced it with a round that I call the vote of continuation round by the judges, where the judges will have the majority of vote if they want to hear another 5 minutes or not. And we do this in case the battle has become so intense that the judges really aren't clear and may need a little, it may need just to hear a little bit more to make a decision. So I'm going to ask the judges to come alive, and we're going to put it to the vote if they want to hear another 5 minutes or not. Judges, come alive.
What up? What up?
Judges, I'm going to go one to each of you and ask you this question. Starting with you, Polo, Judge Polo. Do you want to hear another 5 minutes, or you okay with what you heard?
Yeah, I want to hear another 5 minutes. Can I explain, or you just want me to just say it? 5 minutes.
Yeah, you can explain it.
Well,
You
the
can
reason
explain why
why
you
is
want to hear
because
it.
because I think Rozzy was on to something, and then I wanted
Uh,
to see if Kev was gonna what kind of rebuttal or response he was gonna have. I guess that was my only thing. I don't know about Brother
okay,
Speak
good.
and Charlene.
All right. Judge Charlene, come alive.
I'm here.
Do you want to hear another 5 minutes, or you're good with what you heard?
I mean, yeah, I want to see them duke it out for another 5 minutes because this is where I see where their heart and passion is, and this is where they put their most of their sense on the paper. So yeah, yes.
Okay, all right, so let's just make it unanimous. Judge Speak, come on in, brother.
Yep. I
You
agree
want
with
to hear
that.
another 5 minutes, or you good with what you heard?
5 more minutes, because Rozzy's about to
All
get
right,
into
y'all.
it. And it's starting to get good.
Brother Speak eating
Okay.
popcorn and shit.
No, that's my
Okay.
hey, shoot! I
Okay.
wish I had some popcorn because it
Hey.
was getting good.
Okay, judges, thank you very much. Please get back on mute. Okay, everybody, you heard it. The judges want to hear more. Okay, guys, you got 5 minutes to knock each other's head off. And please allow each other to speak so we can hear both sides. Dame, time them up.
All right. Polo. Oh, shucks, I'm saying Polo. Kev, Rozzy, y'all ready?
Oh yeah, come
Yep.
on, baby, I'm ready, baby.
Go. Go
All right,
now.
now like I was saying before I got stopped, right? It's so funny how you'll say things are progressing, right? When if you go all across this country, man, we are catching hell. You know, if you go to Philly, if you go to New York, if you go to wherever is a big population of black people, the community as a whole is failing. Yes, you have some positivity. I've said that in the beginning, actually. In the very beginning, I said, yes, you have some positivity. I don't think everything about what's going on is negative. But if you look at the overall community, the negative is outweighing the positive, G. Like black men do not care about advancing the community. They
That
don't
that's
care.
that sounds like a anecdotal opinion. That's
No, no,
not.
no, no, no. Okay, well, if they cared, black children would be more protected. Black children would be raised better. Black women would be more protected. It would not be. It would not need a bunch of guns by black women, right? Black women are being killed all the time, right? And yes, I know crime is going to happen. I don't expect a perfect community. I don't expect a
But
violent
again, if you're
miscreant.
saying failing, then you would have to show that the issues that they have faced have gotten worse. And so far you haven't done that. You have not showed how 1980s, 1990s crack epidemic black communities have
I,
been worse
my
since
brother,
then.
I'm my brother. What I'm saying, it has been failing for a very long time.
Again, I completely disagree with that. If you look at the education rates, the ownership rates, the literacy rates, all of that from civil rights up on till now has increased. When I
Okay, so
entered
how
in
much
grade
wealth do we
school,
have?
entered in grade school, the high school grad rate was not above 90, was not above, it wasn't even above like 70%. So, and again, that's translating into all these business ownership.
Okay, so how much wealth do we have?
As of right now, I believe how much like in the dollar amount.
No, as far as well, if you want to go, okay, not dollar amount because, how much wealth? Hmm, shit, I done got caught up. Well, shit, go with the dollar amount then. Go with the dollar amount.
Yeah, I was gonna say I don't know what metric you're using. I don't know the dollar amount, but I do know that we have over 1.5 trillion in spending power, and
Okay, so
it would be considered if we were a country, we would be considered like the 10th wealthiest country.
so how much do we own?
How much do we
How much
own?
hold up, how much institutions do we own? How much banks do we own?
I don't have the numbers on that, but it's more than we did 20, 30 years ago.
But it's still bad though. That we okay, it might be more, but it's still a low number.
Yeah, but the point is it's increasing. That's the point.
But the point is
regressing or progressing. That's progressing. If wages are going up, if more businesses are created, those are all positives.
But the point is the community is still looking bad. What part of that? Like, why aren't you not understanding that? She's looking bad, bro.
It's not a lack of understanding. Again, progress is not always a snap of the finger.
Is the community looking bad or good?
From civil rights to the crack epidemic was only but 20 years. From the crack epidemic until Obama's presidency was only what?
Okay, I got a good question for
15 years or so. So we are progressing.
Who's the breadwinners in these households?
What's that?
Who's the breadwinners in these households, by and large?
Predominantly black women.
Exactly. That's a big failure.
I disagree with that.
How come the black men ain't?
Well, first off, the problem with some of that data is it shows unmarried people
Time.
Okay.
Oh God.
All right, man. That was yeah, man. That was pretty good, man. You guys really did it. But it is now in the hands of the judges. Judges, you will have 5 minutes to think about who you're going to pick. And when you're ready, when the 5 minutes is up, come out and tell your reasons why, and then tell us who you pick. All right? So it is now in the hands of the judges. Dame, time up the judges at 5 minutes.
All right. Time in. Starting now.
All right, judges. 5 minutes. Okay, so while we're waiting for the judges, I want to congratulate the 2 combatants. Hey, man, you guys, whew, a lot of haymakers thrown. You know? Hey, champ, looks like Kev can box, bro. You know, you guys do some good shit, man. He was throwing with you, man. I'm just telling you, man.
Yeah, but see, a lot of that stuff was missing, bro. It was missing, man.
Hey, man, it's a lot. It was a lot. We'll see what the judges say. You know, I want to add another. Mika, are you there? Mika, have you been paying attention?
From what I could see, yeah, she's been paying attention. She goes,
All
great
right,
job.
Mika, I want you to get involved in this too, so we can have the element of a tie. I'm not saying, to purposely vote for somebody, but Mika, you're in deliberations as well. All right. So now we have 4 judges. Okay. So Mika, we will be coming to you for the last vote. All right, to make it unanimous. Because some people think it's not fair to just have 3 judges. I was told that people want to see the element of a possible tie in a runoff. Okay. All right, Samika, you're in the 5-minute pool now. So think about who you're going to vote for and why. Okay. But yeah, man, you guys are throwing some haymakers, man. Roger, he came to fight, bro. I'm gonna go on record and say I believe he would have beat the hell out of Woke Progressive.
No, I don't think woke. I think woke progressive would have probably won, bro.
I don't know about that, man. I don't know. I think he would have beat Woke Progressive. But then again, you're not Woke Progressive. You're the champ, so you're a whole different animal. But we'll see what the judges say. It was a good fight. He didn't come playing around now. Okay, he had his statistics. He had his sources. He was citing shit. I like some of the things he said about growth in the community. I really love the way he brought it. Wait a minute. Let me stop talking. I don't want to influence the judges.
Don't do that.
I know, but let me stop. I'll talk after everything's over with on what I liked and whatever. And Kendall is doing what he usually does, always distracted somebody in the chat. I got rid of the audience participation because, for one, you guys ain't ready yet. When we get bigger and we iron this thing out and get it perfected, then maybe I'll bring back the audience participation. But one of the main reasons why I got away from it, you guys are too slow. Kendall keep distracting people in the chat, and and I'm worried that you guys are not focused on what's being said. Too many of you let Kendall take your focus off of what's being said up here, so I can't rely on that. That's one of the reasons why I took the audience participation out. If you got a problem with it and you don't like it, blame Kendall, because he's the reason why I got rid of the audience participation. Because he simply won't stop distracting people. Okay. So if you are an audience member and you want to participate and you cannot, it's because of Kendall. Just throwing that out there. Okay. Yeah, exactly. You're having your own decision. That's another reason why I can't trust the chat anymore. You got Kendall, got everybody distracted, and and we need you to be focused on the debate so you can have a reasonable question, a fair question for the combatants.
Yeah.
Like I said, blame Kendall. Kendall's the reason why y'all can't participate no more at this time.
Yeah, because Carolyn had a nice one for both of them.
Yeah.
One question, both of them.
Yeah, but blame Kendall, okay? It's all his fault. I'll be right back, y'all.
All right. All right, time's up. All right. Well, Max's timing is a little bad, but what? Okay. All right. So y'all ready to come with it? Now remember, you assessing whether they directly address the topic, understood the basic issue, clearly explained their position, made a convincing case complete with specific evidence, explain the other side's weaknesses, respond directly to the other side's critique. All right. Okay,
I'm sorry,
Max.
what happened? I just came back. Huh?
Time
Time's
is up.
in.
Hmm.
All right, Mika. Let's start with Mika first because she's in the chat. Mika, I can't see her. Then did she come up yet?
No, she ain't come up yet.
Give us a second, Judge, to see if Mika is in the.
Okay, yeah,
Okay,
she's in the
Mika.
chat.
Okay, tell us who you voted for and why. You ain't gotta write if you don't feel like writing a long paragraph. Just tell us who you voted for. Okay. So we wait for Mika's vote real quick, and then we'll get to the panel judges.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, they were definitely having a
Yeah, it was a
debate.
good. It was a good. Yeah, man. Definitely.
Mm-hmm.
Definitely.
Yeah.
So we're just waiting on Mika, y'all, to make her vote real quick, and we'll get to.
Yeah. So nice round back and forth.
Okay. Mika says she's voted for Kev. No, wait a minute. She said Kev used a lot of celebrities for examples, but Rozzy proved they are just employees. Okay, so Mika, your vote is for Rozzy or Kev? We just want to be clear on who you voted for.
Mm-hmm.
Is there a delay?
Yeah, there's like if she's like right in sync with her, she's about a 5 second delay. Kev
Okay.
also proved one of Rossi's points because Kev said black women are buying guns. B, I guess that's what she. She
Okay.
voted for Rozzy. I voted for Rozzy. I
Okay, so
voted
that's
for
one for Rozzy. Okay. Mika's voted for
Hey,
Rozzy.
hey,
Okay.
can I go first, Max? Because
Sure.
my
Yeah.
battery kind of running low in
Okay.
game. I'm sorry.
Go
Go
for
ahead.
it, Judge Polo.
Okay. All right. Sorry about that, Charlene and our brother speak, man. Look, it was a tough one. Kev, man, you gave some good statistics and you gave some very good valuable information. But this is a couple of things where I got Rozzy where he got you. The first one was when he asked you, uh, who, do you believe that men should be the protectors of women? And you said that it's mutual. Well, in a lot of fellas' eyes, and I know at least in my eyes, the man is supposed to be the protector as well as the provider. And then also, Razi had Bill Duke the guy from Minister Society, that was like, see, you fucked up, right? He did that on a couple of your points. You know what I'm
Uh,
saying? And I caught that. I knew what Razi was doing, man. And I was like, I don't do it, but but you came with it though. I will give Kev that though, man. He's a tough cookie, and I actually feel like he would have beat Wolf Progressive. I
I
disagree with
think so
Razi
too.
on that.
Yeah.
But that was
Uh,
all I had though. I got Razi winning by a slight edge.
all right, Judge Polo. Thank you for your participation and your honesty. Let's move on to Judge Charlene. You got two for
Yeah.
Rozzy.
Okay, so this was a very good debate, and this was very hard to judge. So I'm gonna just say I'm gonna give good points on both people, and some ways where they lost me. So Razi had lots of passion, and he just flowed gracefully, and but he did not really have a lot of examples that I wish he could have had. I guess to me he used like straw man's arguments. He didn't really had solid evidence. Okay, and now Kev wasn't really passionate about what he was talking about, and then he kind of annoyed me with the citations. But aside from that, he came strong. His first argument was the strongest out of all of them. He laid down the blueprints. He talked about the vaccine, how the black women made the vaccine. He talked about the 17-year-old who made the stitches that changed colors, and he talked about black women owning about 20 or more restaurants where he's at, and he had a lots of great examples. And then I asked you guys some questions so see if you guys were paying attention. And Kev kind of agreed and said that there there are lots of black men being locked up, and it's because we live in poverty. But I didn't think Quasi picked up on that. But overall, looking at the arguments, I'm gonna have to give it to Kev for this one because
Ooh, all right.
yeah, the reason why, because he, on both arguments, the second argument around, he came on with some more facts. And I was hoping that Razi would give some examples, but Razi wouldn't give any examples. He just started nailing about the arrest, and then he talked about the different people in media. And I kind of disagreed about how I think you got to be the best out of best to be recognized in general, or even to make it that far in any industry or in the media. So I felt like that was an insult to us and our efforts, and just acknowledging that we are the best. So yeah, I give it to Kev. Kev made a very strong argument, and I kind of wish that Razi had more like examples to stand on, which he could have had.
All right.
Yeah, that was me.
All right. Kev ain't dead yet. He's not dead yet, people. It ain't over. Are we heading for sudden death? We'll be right back. Hold on. Let me before we go to Judge Speak, I'm frozen. Let me come right back, and then we'll go to Judge Speak. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Yeah, she voted for Kevin. This ain't no favoritism contest, y'all. This is a fair and square fight. Ain't no favoritism here. Okay? You are on your own. It's up to you to sway the judges. They're not here to play favoritism. I'm proud of the judges, man, doing their thing. It's not a favorite, it's not a popularity contest. This is about who has the strongest argument. Who can persuade the judges with the strongest argument? That's what Black Ops is all about. It's not a popularity contest, and there's no favoritism here. This is a fair fight. All right? All right. Let's go to right now. The champ is holding a slight edge over Kev, the challenger. Let's go to Judge Bro Speak. Come alive, my brother.
All right. Kev has some good points, but I think Razi won because one thing that I noticed when we talked about the image, Kev talked about how with We have #1 in entertainment as far as sports, movies, and all that. But the thing is, we still don't control the image. So that's, to me, that doesn't prove, just because we're the top at the entertainment doesn't mean we still control our image, because even through Kevin's words, that we don't control our image. And so they portray us negatively. So I think that was a win for Rozzy there. As far as protection, even Kevin said it hasn't changed. Well, it's been failing since the crack era. If it hasn't changed, that means it's still failing. So that's why I had to give that one to Rozzy, that one. As far as he talked about Black women progressing, and which is great. I have nothing against Black women progressing, but just because Black women progressing doesn't mean the community is progressing. That's only individuals. It's not. It doesn't translate into the community progressing. So that was another win for Rozzy there. Yeah, one thing that I did was about the spending power. You talked about $1.8 trillion spending power. That's good, but that doesn't translate to wealth, because we're not spending that money to where it's beneficial to the community. So that's another fail for Kevin, which I would give that to Rozzy. So, and we like I said, you talk about more of the schooling, which that's a positive, but it's like you're going from a 60 to a 65. There you're increasing, but you're still failing. So you haven't proved why it's not only not failing but progressing. If you're still failing, you haven't got past the failing part, you're still failing. Now, is it a total failure? No, but like I said, it's still failing in the key things, which is controlling image, protection of not only the women and children but ourselves. So, to me, Rozzy won. Just my opinion.
All right. There it is. The winner and still champ of Black Ops Debate. It is Mr. Rozzy K. Harris. Good try though, Kevin. I thought you put up a hell of a fight. But now that it's over with and we have a clear winner, Rozzy Harris, I will say this about your argument. I thought you had a powerful argument just for the wrong debate. I think that your argument would have been best suited in a debate about the positive things that are happening in the Black community. Okay, if you would have had a debate like that, I think you would have won for going away. But this was about, is the community failing? All right, I thought you had the wrong perspective on the topic itself. All right, you sought to provide positive imagery, positive things going on in the Black community, which is good. But overall, you failed to prove that the Black community is progressing from all of those positive images and all of those positive things.
No. Hold on. That's no, that's not me. You got me wrong.
I'm not talking about you.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm talking about. Okay.
I'm sorry.
Go on mute and stop stealing my shine, yo.
He's still in battle mode, man.
Yeah, man, he's stealing my shine, yo. Yeah. Stealing my shine. But yeah, Kev, I thought your argument was just the wrong. You had a good argument just for the wrong debate. Okay? Like I said, have we been debating about positive things in the community, you would have won probably going away. But you failed to connect any of these things to progression in the Black community. You kept them, I think the biggest mistake is you kept these achievements in an individual place. Okay, and that's why I thought your argument lost its steam and became pretty weak. And pretty much Rozzy was coasting to a victory at that point. So that's my opinion. Dan, you want to give your opinion on why you think Kev lost or whatever?
There was the one that stand out the most for me was when he pointed out that there's an increase in black women
Can I
buying
just say something right quick? Can I just
No,
say
hold
something quick?
on.
Hold on, Rosie. I felt that Kev shot himself in the foot and proved Rosie's point. Why else would the only reason there's a rise in women buying gun is that the community is failing to protect the women in the community. So the men in the community, so the community is failing. The
Yeah,
men are
yeah, I
not
forgot.
protecting the women. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I forgot about that. When you said, Kev, when you said that
Uh,
the women who are the ones who are buying more weapons are women, dude, you really hurt yourself with that.
that's what I was talking about
Yeah, you
earlier,
really hurt
Max.
Yeah,
yourself.
You know,
Yeah,
you shot yourself in the foot with that one.
yeah, you really hurt yourself, man.
Bonnie
Rozzy,
Pipe, yeah, Dane.
yeah, yeah, that's when Rozzy was on that. You know you done fucked up, right? That's what.
That- but
Yeah, Rozzy.
that's the tactic. That was a
Yeah,
good tactic though by Rozzy, man.
Yeah, that's the sign
yeah.
that the community is failing. One, the ones that one of the ones
Oh.
that's supposed to be protected has increased into trying to protect themselves. That means that the element that normally protects them is no longer there. So that means the
No,
community
Rozzy,
is failing.
no, Rozzy, I didn't say your name. I just said that you're the winner and
You
still
did
the
say my
champ. That's all.
name. Now you
I
said my
said.
name. You said Rosie Harris. You know, I wish you could have made a
Right.
stronger argument. Hold on.
Yeah.
Let me play it
No,
back.
I said. Come on, there's a women, dude. Your mistake is you
Hold
get
on.
these achievements, but overall you failed. The winner is still champ of Black Ops 3. It is Mr. Raji K. Harris. Good try though, Kevin.
Hold on.
I thought you put up a hell of a fight. But now that it's over with and we have a clear winner, Raji Harris, I will say this about your argument. I thought you had a powerful argument just for the wrong debate.
You hear that? You hear that?
I
He
think
said,
you had
he said I had a powerful argument for the wrong debate.
No. What I
think
said
you
was
meant Kevin.
now that I said that the winner, is over and we have a clear winner, Raji Harris, then I moved on to Kevin's debate.
I don't know,
Yeah,
man.
he
Listen
meant
to it
Hey
again. He
man, look,
said,
man, let me tell you
"Kev."
something. Hold on. I know you don't want to debate me, bro.
No, I'm just playing down. I don't want to debate you.
All right, okay. So, but no, you the man, you the winner. And let me tell y'all something, man. When y'all going up against the champ, you cannot defeat yourself. He's a champ for a reason. Okay, he is not to be underestimated. Okay, he is a champ for a reason. You got to come with it. You can't give him no edge. You can't give him no room to use your stuff against you. You got to make him work for everything. And like I said, I believe Kevin had the powerful argument, but for the wrong debate topic. Like Mika said, had we been arguing black excellence, you probably would have walked away with that one, Kevin. You had a good argument. You just had it for the wrong debate. So, Kev, come on, man. Come alive. Let me see what you. Let's hear from you.
Yeah, well, like I said, I appreciate you for having me. That was pretty fun. I did learn because again, this was my first debate, and I wasn't prepared for how it was going to be set up with the sources and all that other stuff. But what I will say in response to, and the judges' ruling is the judges' ruling, and I appreciate y'all. Like y'all really took time to listen to both arguments because y'all was remembering stuff from the first round and the second round, all that. So I appreciate that.
That's what they do,
My
man. That's why they judge it.
Yeah, my response though would be that I think that there's a cultural disconnect between different generations because the reason why you're seeing more, because he was saying, oh, men are supposed to, that's the thing. From my mentality, if people can defend themselves, they should defend themselves because you're not always going to be unless you're escorting women everywhere you go, y'all work the same exact job and y'all live together, you can't always be with the person. So if someone has to buy a gun to defend themselves, then they should. And there's also more people that are single in general. So I don't think it's about black men protecting black women. I think it's about people protecting themselves.
Okay.
Can I respond to that?
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. I kind of understand you clarified that, and now that you put it that way, see now that kind of transforms. I guess you could say the whole entire theory because I'm in line with what you're saying because Max and Dame and Brother Speak and Charlene definitely know that I kind of feel the way that you feel, but I thought you meant like, okay, if as a whole, you know what I'm saying in terms of protection. But yeah, as far as a woman being by herself and the man not being there, things of that nature. Yes, they want it, like what they were talking about purchasing guns and stuff like that. I'm with you on that, but I thought you meant solely just based on a man just being there in the presence. That's
Yeah, no, I meant like a lot of women leave the house and they're not going right to marriage the same way people were, in the 20s and 30s and all of that. So yeah, if you're a single woman and you and you live by yourself, or even if you're married, but you got to walk to work or something like that. I think that's why there's an uptick in gun purchases and gun ownership. The last point I had wanted to make, but the timer ran out. I was just saying because he said who was the breadwinner. When you look at the statistics, it goes by who's legally married and who's legally single when you know how you file your taxes. So you could be living with the mother of your children, raising a child, but not on paper married. So that's considered single.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And
go ahead. But you also said that black women are the breadwinners, though.
Well, you said who are the breadwinners, majority or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so majority is 51-49, but the stats is based off of who's legally married and who's when you file your taxes, if you file single or jointly, that's how it's based. So if a woman is with her child's father, but they're not married, but they live in the same house, it gets, when she goes to file her taxes, she's filing as single. She'll claim a dependent, but it's filed as single. When he goes to file his taxes, it's also filed as single as well.
Do we have unity in the community?
Well, hold on, let me say this real quick. No, listen. No, I was just joking with Rozzy. I'm not a debater, y'all. I don't even like debating. I think debating is useless. But it can be a good tool for education if you got two combatants who are really going at it with some serious information. It can be a useful tool for education. But I hate debating. I don't like to debate. I'm really not a debater. But I'll debate Kendall, though. Kendall, if you get your punk ass up on here, I'll debate you.
I'm waiting for that.
And by the way, yeah, I did meant it. You damn right I meant it. You're the reason why I got rid of the audience participation. Okay? But no, I'm not a debater, y'all. That's not my thing. I don't even like debating. I leave that up to people who like to debate, and I think it's great. This was another good one. And now listen, man, when y'all come in here, don't be underestimating these champions. These champions ain't no joke. I know Charlene sound like a sweet Brooklyn girl, but she ain't nothing to mess around with. I know Rozzy sound like a happy-go-lucky dude just chilling, but he ain't nothing to fuck with, all right? I'm just letting y'all know. Don't sleep on these champions. They champions for a reason, But damn good try though, Kev. I really like how you put up a good fight. I just thought that your debates, I just thought that your argument was for the wrong topic.
Yeah.
Yeah. Had we been, like Mika said, talking about black excellence or something like that, I thought you would have probably ran away with it.
Yeah, I mean, see, I still disagree though, but.
Mm-hmm.
Because even one of the judges said black women are owning more businesses, but that doesn't translate to the community. That doesn't even make sense. The net gain of men.
Yeah, but hold on, but wait a minute.
Go back to the community.
But wait a minute. But even though that's a valid point, they are right. But still, in a whole, it does not translate to the community.
It does
The
translate to
community.
the community. If
No,
one more
no, no, no,
person is
no.
paying taxes, if one more person is owning up a business, that's one more. When you go to spend your money there, that money goes back into the community.
Right, but what I'm trying to explain to you, right? That's still not translating into the community. The community is still being gentrified. It's still 70% foreign owned. Okay, so it's still not your community. That hasn't now. Maybe 5 years from now, 10 years from now, if black women continue to do what they're doing and they own enough businesses to buy up the community, then we could talk about it affecting the community. But right now, it's not affecting the community. The community
Yeah.
is still 70 to 80% owned by foreigners.
But
And
that's not black. But that's not black culture. That is white culture trying to fund other communities before they fund us. And I feel like if you're
Right. It's
walking up a hill, then you're progressing
right. And
because
so
we're not getting
that's,
worse. So how is
but that,
you know what I'm saying?
yeah, but see, that's exactly what we're talking about, right? The culture that the black women are creating right now, they're creating it, but it's still not strong enough to overtake the community.
it's not where it
Okay?
needs. It's not where it needs to be yet.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah,
what we're
yeah,
Yeah.
trying to say.
yeah. And
It's
that's why
not.
like that's why I say like y'all y'all declared it all that. I'm not trying to contest that. I was just continuing the conversation. My point though is that to me failure is lack of progress. Is there's nothing getting better. That's to me what failure is. If you have heart failure, your heart's not going to get better. It's never getting better. It's not
Well,
doing nothing. Versus if you are progressing, if you're getting more education, if you're opening more businesses, if you're opening more Montessori schools, to me that's that's the opposite of failure. But
yeah, it's still failing because it's not putting enough black people to work. It's still not changing the conditions in the school with our children. It's still not affecting the unemployment rate. It's still not affecting the violence in the community. Okay, it's still not affecting the leadership in the community. The leadership is still foreign leadership, and the money is still going into foreign hands. And our kids are still in danger in these schools. We're still having unemployment issues in our own community. There's still not enough black businesses. Now, what black women are starting is a good start, but it needs time to grow to overtake the community.
yeah, right. But if you compare this decade to the decade before to the decade before, it's all gotten better.
Exactly how?
What do you mean how? I said the unemployment statistics in the year 2000 was 16.6 for black men or for black people. It's down to 7.9. If you look at the income, the average income at 2000 was about
Okay,
35,000. It's now
okay,
45,000.
okay. But when you look at that, right, they're talking about 40 some plus million black people as a whole. Okay, so that number is misleading. But when you go community by community, the unemployment rate is staggering. Like for example, in New Orleans, the unemployment rate for black people is 96%. 96%. You see, you can get lulled to sleep when you look at that overall number, but that's for 40 plus million people.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
Okay, right. But check this out. When you go to community by community, the numbers are staggeringly high.
But see that's why I'm looking at us as a whole. When we say black community, we're talking about all black people. If you would have said,
Right.
Louisiana versus I don't know Pennsylvania, that's a different conversation because Louisiana is like the poorest, one of the poorest. I mean, the South is poor in general, but Louisiana is. When I gave a list of the poorest states, Louisiana was the only one on the list that has a large group of black people. The other poorest states were predominantly white states: West Virginia, Kentucky, New Mexico.
Right, and unemployment is extremely high, right? Yeah, all of the states that have a contingent of black people, right, the unemployment rate is high. And when you add all those unemployment rates together on a large scale of 40-some million black people, it doesn't look like it's very high. That's what I'm saying. It's a misleading number. What's really hurting us?
It's not
Hold on one second.
misleading.
It is because what's hurting us directly is the unemployment rate in our individual communities. That's what's really hurting us, not the overall unemployment rate. Like I
Okay,
said, in New
but
Orleans alone, the unemployment rate for black people is 90% plus.
but by that same token, I mean, I could say, okay, the unemployment rate in PG County is less than 3%. You know what I'm saying? If we're talking about the
Right?
black community, we're talking about all black people. If we're
Right.
talking
There's
about
going to
community by
be
community, then that's where it can get murky. I mean, you could pick Ladera
right. There's
Heights
going
and then
no
say that.
actually no, because there's going to be some areas where there's a percentage of blacks that have a decent unemployment rate, right?
Yeah.
But it's far and few in between. When you look at the majority of the communities across this country, the unemployment rate is ridiculously high.
In a certain point, parts
Well,
is the opposite. I mean, again, if the average, if you take all the numbers and you get 7.9, then clearly it's being pulled in both directions. So in both directions, it's and you average it, you get 7.9. That's not bad. If the national
Well,
average is about 5.8,
we
we're
we
not doing
were
too far off the national
Yeah,
average.
we
yeah.
were at
And does the stat includes those that separate those who are employed full time and those who are unemployed? They employed as part time, because if it's doing employed that they just got a job,
Hmm.
then yeah, it'll look good. But if you look at if there's a high percentage of those jobs that black people are employed are part time, then there's a lot of underemployed people. You know, they under the full time hours, which also include the benefits like Medicare and all this other stuff,
Hmm.
paid vacations, paid maternity. So yeah, are is minimum wage, you know, and down this way it's just now tiptoeing into $9 an hour. You know,
Yeah.
a 10 is a look 10 is kind of good, but that's underemployed. You have people having 2 or 3 part-time jobs. So you know where those stats coming times, they saying full-time, part-time, black, white, male,
and
female.
then
Hmm.
Yeah.
and then another thing, and then another thing you're not taking into consideration, right?
Hmm.
Some people account for having two or three jobs.
Right, but that would exist amongst all commute. Like when they do the national
But
average, that's everyone, and then when they break it down by race, that's everyone of that group.
but if a person has two jobs, right, that
Yeah.
skews the numbers. It skews the numbers because if you have, for example, the woman who won the lottery, the black woman who won that $88 million lottery, right?
Hmm.
Before she won that lottery, she had five jobs. She was legally employed at five jobs. That count as employment, but that's only one person. That's
Right.
not five people with individual jobs. That's just one person occupying five jobs. So that skews the numbers and makes you think that there's more people employed when it's not.
I don't think that's how it works.
No, it counts.
I don't think that's how it works because
Hey,
when you file taxes,
Okay,
it
bro,
go
speak.
you
yeah, I was gonna ask Kev. I'm like, okay, you say it. I know you were saying that it's 7.1 for the whole black people in America. Like, where where you at? How much? What is the unemployment rate where you at for black people? If
uh
if
you want to
you
give me a second to look that up because I don't know every place and all that.
I
You know what I'm
know.
saying?
Let me say this though. I mean, it okay. We were at one point we were at 8.8%, but we fell from 8.8. This is in two. This is in 2021 according to the Bureau of Labor Statistics. Okay, we still leading. Okay, we at 7.9. Hispanics next 6.3, and the Asians and the whites are tied at 4.2% on the national average and whatnot. But I think what he was trying to say, we fell, but not by it was by 0.9% of what we fell. So I mean, while we're getting better, we're still leading in that aspect of unemployment. So you know what I'm saying, nationally.
Right. But again, well, first of all, this they're saying that Louisiana's unemployment is 5.1% as of November 21st. But and then where I live is 8.1% as of September 2021. So that answers your question.
Yeah, but you see, that's the number out of the entire state and
Mhm.
counting everybody in the state. Now, if you told me, okay, okay, how many black people are unemployed in Louisiana versus how many white people are unemployed? Because when they use that number, are they saying just black people only are at 8.1 or 5.3?
All right.
Or are they going by the entire state? So I'm gonna tell you right now, in New Orleans, you can look up the unemployment rate in New Orleans right now. It's really, really high.
Okay, here we go. Okay. Oh wait, no, that's the change. Okay, black, white, Hispanic, white. Hold on. I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying.
Right.
It's a
You know,
I had a 6.6.
Yeah, right now it says the jurisdiction with the highest black unemployment rate is Washington, D.C. with 11.7. So
hmm
if it's Louisiana, it has to be less than that because that's the
I'm
highest.
talking about Newport, for New Orleans, and that was in August, unless it's been updated, and it was at
hmm
8.9%,
8.9, right.
hmm
And that's not,
but it went down. It went down to 6.6 as of August in this
which is really
year.
good.
Yeah, that's a big drop. But I think what they're trying to say is this: no matter what, it's still we
Higher
still
than,
at the we still higher than all of the other races.
Right.
yeah,
So when you take that number, right, like 8.6 or 6.6, it doesn't look like it doesn't look big, right? Until you actually get into that community and you see how it translates into true black unemployment, where you have 60 and 70% of black people without jobs.
but that's
You
not
see what
what.
I'm saying?
But he just said it was 6.6. The
Right,
national
but
average is 4.2. So that's really good.
yeah, but
I mean,
that
I'm not
translates.
saying that that people there don't need higher wages and all of that stuff,
Okay, I
but
got to pull up a
a
chart, show you
lot
what
of
I'm
these
talking about. Hold on,
no,
I'll be
but a
right
lot of
back.
these issues. All right, my point though is a lot of these issues are not black culture; they're white culture. Gentrification is not black culture. Black people ain't kicking black people out of their neighborhoods. So how is that black culture? You know what I'm saying? Hello, is my audio working?
No, you good. I guess we're waiting on Max to come back.
Oh yeah,
Right.
but well, did you have
Well,
any other points of contention with
what what you saying?
yeah.
I mean, like you said, you say the nation is 7.1%. I guess, like you said, I guess it's balancing out every community and all that. Because I know in Texas, I was just looking it up for black people in Texas is like 14%.
Yeah.
So it's like I guess, like you said, if you're going by every community in the country, that's how I get up to 7.1. So I don't know if it's good, bad, or indifferent, but it's just it
Well,
might be. I still think it might be higher than it need to be.
well,
You know.
but that was my point. Okay, so the national average is 4.2. As of September of 2021, it's our black people's unemployment is 7.9. So that's 3% or 2.3 7% off of the national average. And then if you look at 20 years ago, I believe during Bush's administration, it was like 16. That's everybody. So, or 16% like black people across the board. So if it's 7.9 now and it was 16%, that's progress to me.
Yeah, I mean, I can see that. Yeah, but is that really because of is it because of them or just the economy itself? It's different from back then. You know.
Well, I mean, shoot, right now, brother, speak. You know, with every and Dame and Kev, with everything that's going on and the surge, you know, because we're going on a roller coaster ride. We don't know where we kind of don't know where the economy is going to be headed
Yeah,
because you
that's
know
true.
we found something. You know what I'm saying, brother? Speaking, Kev and Dame, we found something. Then oh yeah, let's try this. Then that didn't work. Then it went back up again. Then it goes down a little bit. Then it's going back up. We're in another crisis again. You understand what I'm saying with the society? So then they're talking about another possible shutdown and stuff.
Mhm.
You know,
Yeah.
so
Yeah. Yeah.
it's bound. What I'm saying is it's bound to change again.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. And we do tend to be affected more. But again, most of the issues is usually attributed to um not because of our culture. You know, that's why I was saying what is portrayed as our culture is not the same as what actually is our culture. If you got 76% of us are employed and only 7.9% are unemployed, and then I think the other group would be like retired and things of that nature. According to media, that's not the case. According to media, it's violence, it's this, it's that. But in the reality is the 90s and the 80s were 1,000 times more violent. Like, come on, let's be real. People was around during the crack epidemic. Like, let's be real. It's not as bad as it was during the crack epidemic. It's significantly better.
I don't know because you know, I've been through the crack era and then aftermath, and I don't know if it's gotten better from what I've seen. Um, just just for me, I just haven't seen it. It hasn't gotten better. In some cases, it has gotten worse because a lot of these neighborhoods that we used to have more black people in them, um, they getting ran out. They getting moved further out. You know, so
Yeah, I'm dealing with gentrification.
yeah, that's what I'm saying. You know,
But
if it
but
ain't
that right, but
crime ridden, it's just being everybody's getting pushed out.
right, but that's not because of black culture. That most of the stuff that you're talking about is really residual effects of redlining. The fact that owners, the fact that ownership was made, that ownership was already made hard. It was already hard for black people to get loans and things of that nature. So so yeah, a lot of the properties that people stay in, they don't necessarily own. So they can be essentially moved out, but that's not black culture that's doing that.
Yeah, I mean, I hear what you're saying, but is now do you think that now you're saying that it's not black culture, but do you think that the black culture that we have right now has it done anything to slow it down or to stop it?
Yeah, in my
Has it?
opinion, yeah. Yeah, in my opinion, yes. I think that um, crime in general has decreased across the board for everybody. Um, walking to school has been a lot safer now It's my nephew's generation than it was 10, 20, however many years ago. There are again less people, less black men and women in jail, and more with education. And even the ones that don't have education, a lot of them are getting trained with certain skills and trades and things like that. Open up their business. The locksmith that I had that come to help me get, I was like that at my crib once and my car. He came. He was black. He owned his own business. Most of the restaurants around here are black owned. Most of a lot of the hair salons and things like that are black owned. So I think yes, it is a lot better. But to me the thing is it's like a moving, a revolving door. It's not like, oh, it was bad in the 90s and now we're perfect. It's gradual steps of doing better and better and better.
But I think this is the thing, Kev, and I think like where I'm in the line with you, and I understand exactly what you're saying because I see progression, from the middle classes and also from the low classes, because a lot of people that do come from the low classes, like poverty and urban environments and stuff like that, believe it or not, their whole mentality is, okay, we got to own something, we got to set something up here, you know what I'm saying, for our people, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I think where brothers speak and guys like Rozzy and Max and even myself and of course Dame and Charlene, where they want to see it is to where, okay, you remember when Booker T Washington, guess who they had to go to in order to get appraisals and to get to get some sort of DOK for a lot of stuff. They had to go to Booker T Washington, and Booker T Washington was a black man.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? And they showed that in the movie concerning Madam C.J. Walker, because they had to go to Booker T. Washington. There were white folks that had to go to Booker T. Washington and W.E.B. Du Bois, because those are the type of power that those men had, even though their ideals were different. But people had to go through Booker T. Washington because, okay, he knew a lot of stuff in terms of education, and so did W.E.B. Du Bois. You know what I'm saying? And so I think that's what level that we need to go to. The NAACP, when you talk about that, Kev, when we talk about that, man, what's up?
I'm sorry, but I'm just aggravated. This is the type of shit I'm talking about, man.
What happened?
This shit right here, okay. Kendall says, what he said about pimp culture not being all bad. What's good about pimp culture, bro? Ain't nothing good about pimp culture.
That's Kendall.
What the fuck are you talking about? It's just this type of shit I'm talking about, man. This is why I don't like niggas like this, man. Saying reckless shit like that. Ain't a damn thing good about pimp culture, bro. Not one. I don't give a fuck if they making money or not. That don't mean shit. This is the type of shit that fucking people. These are the type of motherfuckers that talk to these young boys, right? And tell them that this type of shit is okay and you can get good. There's no getting no good shit out of pimp culture, bro.
Do Kendall got a daughter?
I don't know if he got one or not, but this is,
I don't think
that's
I
why
think he got a bunch
I
of
don't think he,
nieces.
this
I
type
don't
of
think
shit
he
I'm
has
talking. We
kids.
fighting hard.
Yeah.
We fight hard in the motherfucker to try to get this shit out of these young boys' heads. And here he comes with this shit about, it's not all bad. What the fuck are you talking about?
But see, y'all are
Kevin, that's what. See, Kev, that's what they talking about. This example right here.
Yeah, but this is actually proving my point. You have 5 people on the panel pushing back on that. If this was 90s, you wouldn't have the same level of pushback.
Yeah.
You wouldn't have the same level of pushback.
Yeah. Well, I will agree with you on one thing, Kevin, and I'm starting to see this kind of return on even online against that kind of pimp culture, and also kind of the whole blaming black women thing. It's kind of getting turned on their heads too, because it's like the young men that I'm seeing coming up now. They're getting out of that whole blaming black women for everything thing, and it's more or less they're looking at the guys who were doing that and saying, okay, this hasn't benefited us. You know, blaming black women for all these problems has not benefited us. We're still in the same position that we are, and not only that, you got certain people who are trying to get us back to where we're still on this blame, shame, and explain to black women about different things instead of just us as black men taking responsibility for our own lives and what's going on and building from there. So I think I think there is a turn going on, and and this is going to be a start. They're trying to run away from that pimp culture because they seen that. Like, remember you had that debate with Red Supreme Max.
Yeah.
Those guys they were turning against him too. It was like, look, we're not with that. We're not trying to put our energy on blaming women for everything. We're trying to build ourselves up. So I think it's a turn. And so, and like I said, when I was saying about Kevin's thing, I see the progression too. I'm not saying that there's none, but I think it's still small in comparison to the community as a whole.
Mm-hmm.
Go on.
So it's a start, and I do think there does need to be more focus on it. That's another issue that's going on when we're not focused enough on it, to where
The funny thing about Kendall is that he claims that he loves and protects black women, but he says pimp culture is not all bad. It's a serious contradiction, Kendall.
Well,
that's Kendall.
That was Brother Speak. But yeah, and that's kind of my point, is that I lost my train of thought, but the point I'm trying to make is that I think everything, like, things have gotten better. If you were in the 90s, if you dropped out, no one was like, oh my gosh, you dropped out. It was like, all right, well, you better sell, or you better go to the depot and get a job. You know what I'm saying? Now there's less of emphasis on that type of stuff and more of an emphasis on education. And education doesn't even have to be formal. It could be a trade. It could be a skill. And
certifications.
Right. And I think that there's a lot more of that than there was.
Look,
yeah.
Go ahead. You got
no. Go ahead, Polo.
No, I was just gonna say, I know a guy. I was talking about this earlier, Max and Brother Speak, and Dame and Kev on my channel earlier, and I said this: we make all these excuses, just like what Max is talking about. You know what I'm saying? Us making these excuses, right? I knew a guy. He had 20 different hustles, right? And I'm like, how you gonna have 20 different hustles? He said, think about it. And this was an older gentleman. He said, there's 4 seasons, right? I got 5 jobs each season. And I never understood, you know what I'm saying, until he broke it down like that. It's just like what Brother Speak was just saying. Get you some certification. If you're gonna get a certification like Mac, CDL. If you're gonna get a CDL, okay. After that, go get another certification. Then after that, go get another certification. Then go get another certification. So that way you could have several different hustles in case you never know what might happen. They just laid off 2,100 employees at Central Freight.
trucking.
Mm.
Well, and that's another. It's 2 points I wanted to make to that. That's always pushing college is a big issue too, because there's a lot of well-paying truck drivers, paramedics, all types of stuff that are like less than a year or two in terms of training. And when I was in school, they didn't have I graduated in the 2000s. They didn't have a career day for us. They had you going to college today. You either going to Penn State or State Penn is what they said. So that's a bigger issue too, because those skills don't get looked upon. And that's what I was saying when it comes to media ownership. Again, that's another thing that's getting better. TV One is black owned, and the Oprah Winfrey Network is black owned, but obviously we need more. But a black woman owning her own network, that was not even possible in the 90s. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
So
Okay.
to me, that and most of those shows portray
Okay.
black people in a better light.
Yeah, I think you.
Yeah.
Right, but I think you're misunderstanding something. Okay. You're looking at it as she's black, right? And that it counts towards black people. Oprah Winfrey isn't for black people. Neither is TV One.
How are they not? How are they not for?
As a matter of fact, TV One. Matter of fact, TV One doesn't do anything but hire black coons.
Roland Martin?
Yeah, he's a coon.
Oh hell!
You didn't know that?
Yeah,
he was on TV.
Roland Martin.
Yeah. He was on TV buck dancing for Hillary Clinton. Literally buck dancing, bro. You want me to bring up the tape to show you? Dude was and bunny hopping.
Oh
yeah,
my god.
Kev, you'd be disgusted if you listen to him.
Nigga shaped like a whole Hostess cupcake, buck dancing and bunny hopping for a white woman on TV. Oprah Winfrey is not for black people. She exploits black people. It's not for black people.
Well, I would say,
and neither is Gayle King.
Don't own her network anymore. She don't own it. She sold it. She couldn't have it.
Kathy Hughes, that's her name. Kathy Hughes for Urban One.
And then she was also exposed. This is why she shut down her school in Africa, her school for girls. She was also exposed for the school that she opened in Africa for black girls. They were funneling girls over to Jeffrey Epstein's island.
Oh shit.
Yeah.
Like Charlamagne the God, right? He ain't for black people.
Oh no. He don't even want to be dark skinned, man. He
No.
trying to bleach his skin.
Yeah.
Well, he has brought on some, like, I look at some of his shows that are pro black. So like he brought Dr. Claude Anderson on there. I disagree with some of Dr. Umar's some of the things that he says, but I agree with some of the things that he says as well. He's brought him up there.
Are you a conservative?
Nah.
Okay. Do you think Candace Owens is for black people?
No. Hell no.
I don't understand how you miss Roland Martin, though. I mean, he's obvious, too. Like,
Tim Scott, Larry Elder. All them, man.
Larry Elder said that slave owners should get reparations, not black people.
Yeah, but those people are those. He always, even I seen some of his show.
Dane, drop the link for Bro Speak.
It's down.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but I even seen his when Larry Elder had a show. I think it was the 80s or the 90s. And he was trying to tell black people that were saying they was getting arrested on college campuses that the cops were just doing their job or something. So I already knew what he was.
Yeah, and so we got to be careful about what black people are doing. You know, they're trying to shut down LeBron James. LeBron James does a lot for black people.
Yeah, he does.
They trying to cancel his ass.
But see, this is all goes goes to my point again. That is the highest paid athlete. His money. He built that school. He's sending people to college. I'm sure he's
Kendall,
donated to a lot of different
Kendall,
programs, but he doesn't get the
do
media
yourself
coverage.
right, Kendall, do yourself a favor, man. Remember where you are. We don't condone pimp culture in here. We don't say that there's good in pimp culture, not in here. That don't fly here, not with me. I'm surprised you would say something like that.
That's Kendall.
You think I'm gonna let you get away with saying? You think I'm gonna let you get away with saying something like that on my channel? As much as I hate pimp culture,
Think about where the big. I'm sorry, Dan. Go ahead. Bro.
No, I just saying Killer's just getting back at Max because he said he's the reason why we're not having the questions from the chat.
Yeah, you can try it.
Yeah, he trolling. He gotta be trolling. He know better.
So he just trolling Max.
Got him.
I'm gonna start trolling him.
Okay, who's echoing? Hey, everybody check their mics. I'm getting an echo.
It's not me.
Hold on. Is it me?
Okay. All right, it's all clear. Okay, let's start one at a time. Polo, turn your mic on real quick.
Yeah.
Hello? Let's see. All right, so it's not you. Bro Speak, turn yours on. Up, it's Bro Speak.
Yeah, it's Bro Speak.
Okay, let me leave and come back in.
Okay.
Yeah, Kendall, you keep trolling. I'm gonna start trolling you with timeouts. Okay. This guy gonna come on my channel talking about there's some good in pimp culture. As much as I hate pimp culture. Are you crazy or something, bro? See, this is what I hate, man. See, you can't be. There's some niggas you can't be cool with, because some motherfuckers just don't get it, and they just keep pushing the issue. Because they're so blinded by their own agenda, you know, and then they make you do something to them, you know.
They force your hand.
Yeah.
Okay. Is this better?
Yeah.
Okay.
Hey, City of Truth.
City of Truth, did you hear the debate between Rozzy and Kev?
It's a good debate. It's a good debate. But my thing is this: I felt that the brother Kev, to me, he was more concise, and it was, and he offered more. I liked how he had more. Looks like he did a little bit more research. He offered more concrete examples and stuff of what he was talking about. The other brother. And who was the other guy? Was it Rozzy? I think he left.
Yeah,
right?
Rozzy.
But when I listened to Rozzy, all I heard was anecdote and him saying, "And okay, we have this issue in the community, or we have that issue in the community, and that's why the community's not moving forward." But it was all anecdote. You know what I mean? Because he didn't really give intellectual examples, and it was weird because he presented this whole kind of almost like he was presenting.
All right, but
like
wait a minute. Question: how much more intellectual do you need to be to say that black women aren't protected? I don't know how intellectual you need to be to say that.
I was getting to that. He was putting forth. It was weird because he was putting forth this almost this traditionalist thing that only the only black woman that's protected is a black woman that's in a household with a man that can protect her. You know what I mean? Like
that's not what he said.
She can't. It's like she can't protect herself. She can't buy a firearm.
No,
herself or anything like that.
But you see, that's the whole point. She's not supposed to be doing that. She is supposed to be protected by the men. She's supposed to be protected by the men in her community.
According to who?
According to the way things are naturally, men are supposed to protect their women and children.
See, I like you, Max. You know, I really do, but I feel that the interpretation, because with Kev, I felt Kev was more modern in his interpretation. Kev was
But you
saying
see, but you
people are
see,
buying firearms to protect
we
themselves.
may be modern, right? But the understanding of who we are and what we're supposed to do hasn't changed.
But you understand though, is that we live the world and civilization is constantly evolving. Okay.
Right?
And in the world that we live in now,
Uh-huh.
okay, people don't necessarily people don't necessarily always cohabitate. You have men, you have women who raise children on their own, but you also have men who raise children on their own as well. That's
Hmm.
the world that we live in now. And with
Okay.
Rozzy, but I kind of felt like Rozzy kind of pulled out this whole, because
Right.
the
But what does
parameters
that have to
wait,
right, but
hold on.
what does that have to do with the women and children being protected by men?
Well, here's the thing: maybe the parameters of debate were not clearly defined, but I don't. With
No, no, no,
Rozzy,
no, no.
he
Forget about
talked
debate.
about
Let's just talk about that particular
traditionalism and
point right
stuff.
there. Let's just talk about
So, go
let's you
ahead.
and I debate on that particular point right now. Okay?
Go ahead.
Why shouldn't women and children be protected by men who are the de facto leaders? Now nothing has changed. Now we're in a modern world, like you said, right?
Hmm.
But women have not replaced men as the leaders. So since that
Okay,
hasn't
we live
occurred,
in
wait
a
a minute.
world.
Since that hasn't occurred, what has changed when it comes down to men protecting women and children?
Okay, we live in a world, Max, where we have female politicians. Okay, we have female police officers. We have female military officers. We have female public figures and stuff who influence millions and millions of people. That's the world that we live in now. Okay, so
Okay.
this mindset
Hmm.
that, okay, the community has to be protected by men. No, people within the
Okay.
community protect themselves. They take it
Okay.
upon themselves
Now,
to protect themselves.
okay.
Go ahead.
I come out of the 60s and 70s, right? I was born in the 60s, late 60s. I grew up in the 70s and 80s, right? During that time, there were female politicians, there were female police officers, right? There were female military, right? And the situation was still the same. Men protected the community, they protected women and children. It didn't change anything.
Okay, but here's the thing: is that from that time to now, okay, society has been slowly morphing. It's been evolving. Okay, and someone in the chat said, okay, I agree with City. Wife should have guns, kids should have guns, baby should have guns, dog should have guns. Okay, um, I
He
don't, I
said
don't, I don't
cat.
know.
And don't forget the mice and the roaches. They should have guns too.
Okay, but see, here's the thing. Here's the thing, bro. Is
I
that
agree with you.
okay? Like I said, the world. This is 2021. It's not the 60s. It's not the 70s. Okay,
Hmm.
and if you're women in today's society, um, it does make sense to at least know how to protect yourself, not just with firearms, but also with things like martial arts. Working out, keeping your body in shape, keeping your mind in shape. Okay,
Okay,
so
okay, okay. Yeah, 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 yeah. But here's the question: Has in modern day society has women effectively replaced men as leaders?
they don't have to. Any
It's a
in the world
question of
that we
yes
live
or
in
no.
now,
City of
the
Truth. It's
world
not a
we
hard
live
question to answer.
even now,
It's really not a
anybody could
hard
be
question to
a
answer.
leader. Okay, a man, a woman, a gay man, a gay woman, a trans man, a trans woman. Anybody could be a leader. So this
Well,
idea that,
okay,
well, who are
anybody
the
can be a
leaders? A
leader,
leader
and
whoever
anybody, right?
is
Anybody
whoever
can be a
part of.
leader. Anybody can be a leader does not answer the question. Has women effectively replaced men as leaders? Yes or no?
It wouldn't, because it's not feasible to answer that, because we live in a
Are
world
you
where
having
any,
trouble with the question, son?
it's not like if you have a female leader, right? It's not like, okay, if you have a female governor of a state, that
Let
means
me
that
know when
there's
you want to
no
answer the
more
question.
male leaders. It's a nonsensical question. Okay,
It's a very, very good question.
no one's gonna replace
It's a question that requires a yes or no answer.
it's really not, because this is a really, it's not that simple. It's okay. You have a
It is
female.
that simple. It's
If
not a
you
hard.
have
I'm
a
not sure why you're
female
struggling.
governor, if you have a female governor, like say Sarah
You
Palin,
don't have a female. You don't have a female government. You have women in. You have women in the government, but you don't have a female-led government. Again, the question is very simple: have women effectively replaced men as leaders in the modern world?
Okay, what? So you're saying that the government has to have 100% female people in the Congress and the Senate in order for
Why
them to?
am I
and
not
that,
coming clear on the question?
because it's not a clear question. At
It's a
what
very
point?
clear question. I don't know. I don't understand why. I don't understand what you're getting foggy about it.
At what point does the society? How many female leaders?
At
do
what
you need
point are you
in
going
order
to
for-
answer the question?
Like, see, it's impossible to answer that, because you have to
It's
define.
not. I can answer the
Hold on.
question very easily.
You need
It's
to
not
define
impossible.
at what point, what percentage.
Do you want me to help
have
you out?
Huh?
You want me to help you out with the answer?
I'm just asking, at what percentage is it? 51%. If we have 51%,
Have women effectively replaced men as leaders in the modern world? It's not a hard question to answer.
I'm asking you to give me a number. If we have 51%,
no, we don't need any numbers. All we need is an actual answer.
Well, then you can't go by.
It's not a question of numbers.
I'm not going to answer anything without.
Who holds the power in the modern world, men or women?
Both. It depends on the situation.
No, they don't. One has considerably more power than one has considerably more power than the other.
If you go to Iceland, one of the most successful commercial banks.
It's not about Iceland.
No, yeah, we're talking about in the world here. One of the most successful.
Listen, stop tap dancing and break dancing and doing a James Brown split around the question, bro. Forget about all of this pseudo shit. The question is, have women effectively replaced men as leaders in the modern world? Yes or no?
Like I said,
can I? Oh, my bad.
Well, go ahead, Kev.
Yeah, I just wanted to interject, and that's one of the disconnects.
Kev. This is between me and him. Don't
it's
help
circular.
him.
I'm not trying to help him. He had made a comment about my argument.
It's not circular. Right. I understand that, but this will be over in a hot second. Okay, as soon as he answers the question. Okay, and then you can have at him. Come on, Mr. Truth. Answer the question.
Now, I think I'll let Kev go ahead, because
I know you will, because you don't want to answer the question.
Now, go ahead, Kev.
All right, Kev, go right on ahead. I'll let him off the hook this time.
Yeah, City,
yeah,
I appreciate. Kev. Yeah, I was gonna say, City, I appreciate what you were saying, and I think that is kind of the one of the points that I was trying to make, because if you look at a lot of these values and things that people talk about are mostly Western European values. If you look at a lot of African civilizations and cultures, there were women warriors. You know, Queen Nzinga, Queen of Monterenas, who led people into battle, sometimes even while they were pregnant. So I don't look at leadership or protection as, a man has to protect a woman. That's Western European culture. it should be a mutual thing. And I think when black women are the most likely to be caring for their children, that a mother is a leader.
So
That
who
is
you
someone
think
who
who
people look up to. I know tons of women in the community who have fed kids, who have taken kids in that had no place to go. That's leadership. And that's the problem, is this man has to be on top. Culture does not work. So that's my whole point when I said more black women are buying guns. They don't, some women, maybe they feel comfortable with the whole man on top. Some don't. Some want to defend themselves. Some want to be independent in every sense of the word. So that's my whole stance. And if we look at the violence, the more patriarchal the society is, the more the violence is. But then when there was conservative values that were at an all-time high, they were burning women for being witches and all that other shit. So to me, more women leaders, more women getting into places of office, more women judges that are black, there, all of that goes back into the community.
but
I'd rather have a black woman judge than a white male judge. So I'll leave it at that.
okay, let me say this. Let me say this before one of y'all get out there. Okay, naturally, okay, we can all agree to this, and even Dame, because she's sitting up here too, and this is important for women to have this say so. Women are what? They're nurturers. What are men? They're naturally by nature, they're hunters and they gatherers. Okay, now you just brought up civilization. You brought up your, European and the Western world and stuff like that. Who you think? Who you think they stole from? They stole our shit. They stole from us in terms of how to do a monarchy. You know what I'm saying? How we build our structure. They stole everything from us. You know what I'm saying? And one of the things that what do we have? We have kings and we have queens. But our job naturally as men, we are supposed to lead. But the thing about it is I think where okay, you talk about modern and my brother City, he's talking about modern. Yeah, okay. My daughter's in martial arts. All right. I put her in there because of what Kev was saying earlier. If she's alone or something like that, and she get older, okay, yeah, I'm not always gonna be around. You're supposed to do that or whatever. But if she brings a man into the household and I have to meet that man, I'm gonna be the first question I'm gonna ask, as you should, City, as you should, Max, as you should, brother Speak. You should be like, what are you going to do to protect my daughter, to protect my grandkids if I have some. And that's the thing that you have to get back down to the substance. If you have a man right there, not just okay, yeah, if she dolo, we want to know what that man gonna do, like Max said, is he gonna be just as shriveled up and scared, just as her when something happens? And you don't want
Yeah,
that.
yeah. And the thing about it is that if I have a daughter and I train her how to fight, and she can protect herself, if she's being accosted by a male, okay, I'm not going to think it the fact that I taught her how to protect herself and sit there and watch her try to fight off this male. No, I'm going to go and protect her, and I'm going to deal with the male myself. I'm not
Yeah,
going to let her fight some male just because I trained her how to fight and she could protect herself. No, I'm going to deal with the male myself. Same thing if I see a woman being accosted, a black woman being accosted by a man who's attacking her and trying to harm her, I'm not going to sit there and think, well, she could protect herself. That's not the way we're supposed to look at it. We're supposed to protect our community and the women and children in our community.
Yeah, and again, that's where we're going to disagree because, and I'm not just talking about modern. That's why I brought up Queen Nzinga, who was one of the people who fought against slavery. She was the queen of the Congo. She ran the kingdoms of Ndongo and Matamba for 40 years against the Portuguese. So should she have not, you know what I'm saying, done her job? Madam C.J. Walker, should
Okay.
she have waited for her husband to
Well,
start the business? Like that's the problem. It should be the best person for the job.
You see, check
It's
this out, right?
okay.
You see, what you guys don't understand, hold on 1 second. What you guys don't understand something, right? Is history is history. History is not today. Okay, we don't live in the time of Queen Nzinga. In the time of Queen Nzinga, the average weapon was a spear, not a 9mm automatic handgun. Okay, and back in those days, they didn't have Kevlar body armor. All right, we don't live in the days of Queen Nzinga. We live in modern times today.
That only furthers my argument because it's easier to defend yourself today. It's easier to shoot to kill than it is to shoot with a bow and arrow, which means it's equal for both genders can protect themselves even better.
Nah, that's not true.
Most women and
That
children
ain't
do
true.
not carry. Most women today, most men and women. I'm sorry. Most women and children do not carry guns. Now, back in the day, it was easier to train a kid with a spear. I get it because it was a little different back then, right? And even back then, most women didn't carry spears. They was just still women. Today, most women do not have handguns. Most women do not. Most children do not carry handguns. They're still largely unprotected and need our protection. We don't have a society where every man and woman is geared up and armed to the teeth. We don't live in that kind of society, despite what you've seen on TV and despite what you've read in history. Even in history, every man and woman wasn't armed to the teeth.
Right. And in history, not every society was led by men.
I understand that too.
I'm
not fighting you on that.
Yeah, well, even modern times, there's only a few African kings right now, and queens. I think it's not South Africa, but I think it's Swaziland or Lesotho.
Right. As a matter of fact, you left one out. You left out Carthage.
Well, no, that's not modern though. That's thousands of years ago. I'm talking about.
I know when you're talking about Queen Nzinga and all that stuff. I understand why you didn't throw in Queen Dido, who had the most modern. As a matter of fact, she is the creator of mass weapons. I mean, weapons of mass destruction, and also mercenaries.
Well, yeah, I wasn't going to list all of them. I mean, there's more than I know, more than I can count.
But even then, right?
Yeah,
you did not have a society that was armed to the teeth. The people are the people, and the protectors are the protectors, right? You have a regiment of people who are built to protect or trained to protect, and everything else is just societal and people. And they're not walking around here armed to the teeth or looking to get into all kinds of barbaric confrontations.
No, and that's we shouldn't have to. And if there's probably more women leadership, there probably would be less of violence.
Right, but you still need. But even though you had women who were leaders like Queen Dido or whatever, the majority of the protection still came from the men.
Yeah, I was just about to add that the protection of when they had the armies, it was still mostly men because they were the stronger of the two. You didn't have women in the army. And the whole thing about women being armed, even women did have weapons, but they were the last resort in case something happened to the men, or if the men were gone to work or something like that. That's when you train the women so that they can defend themselves if the man is not there. But if the man is there, he's supposed to be the one protecting the women and the children.
Right. And then Carthage, Queen Dido, armies was led by two of the greatest generals the world has ever seen, Hannibal Barca and his father, right? And there was not one woman in that regiment. Not one woman.
Okay, but for the kingdom of Kush with Queen Amanirenas, that army was both.
But you're talking about an army, brother. You're not talking about regular civilians. We're talking about regular people being protected. We're not talking about an army protecting another army.
Well, I was talking about leadership coming from either men or women is what I was more so talking about. And in Kush, a lot of the leaders were queens. And the armies were both men and women were trained. That's one of the reasons why they were able to fight off the Romans was because both of the women and men were trained.
Right, but right, even though the leadership came from women back then, right, the
Hmm.
armies and the protection regiments was still predominantly men. The men had the greatest role in the protection. Usually, the women were support units that fought alongside the men for support.
Just
But the
like they are
men,
done today.
right, but the men were out in front. It was the men who took the brunt force of the action. So it doesn't change anything.
It does, because again, had the men died, they would have still defended. They would have still been
I mean, the
defenders. They
only
would have
They would
still been
because they
protectors.
because
And
because
two,
they would have had no choice.
no, they
Because the
fought
men,
along. Okay, I'm gonna
yeah,
let
I
you.
understand they fought along the side, but what I'm trying to explain to you, right? It was still predominantly men, and men still took the leader role in all of the fighting. The women fought alongside of the men. They didn't fight in front of the men, and the men backed them up. They backed up the men. That means that the men were in the leadership role, even when it came down to fighting. The women were not. They were not leader warrioresses. They followed the warriors. They supported the warriors.
They covered his back while he dealt with the opposition in the front.
Exactly. Yeah, they didn't get out there in front and try to break the lines and then let the other guy. No, they were in back. They were in support.
I gotta read up. I gotta read up then on that, because from my understanding, it was a communal effort from both. Like once you reach a certain age, male or female, you were trained
Okay.
in
Yeah,
combat
yeah.
and
It's a
protection.
communal effort,
Yeah.
but it's still understood that the men were going to be the front line. The women was going to be support and backing. They are to cover their back in case the enemy decides to come from behind. You know, or they were using a tactic where they were sending some of their troops from behind. The women were support, covering the men's back. They were the second line of defense, or they were in defense of the village and the family while the men were out into the scrimmage of the fight.
And a lot of those kingdoms, right? There weren't enough men to fight, so the women had to make up the remaining part of the regiment.
Well, that goes with my point. I would rather it be everyone, all hands on deck, than telling certain people, "Oh, because you're born this way, you got to be behind." No, it should be a
Well,
joint. It
we
should be
have to,
Okay,
whoever's
okay,
best for the
okay.
but
job.
that's not a real.
Wait a minute. Let me try this. Let's do a little bit personal. Okay.
Mhm.
I don't know if you have a woman, but say you do, y'all living together, and there's a break in. You hear glass breaking in, y'all in the bedroom. Who's going out to check what's going on? Are you sending your girl out, or are you going to check? And she's covering behind with whatever weapon she happens to have, whether it's a gun, a bat, or clubs or whatever. Mm-hmm.
Probably, I'm going out first. I agree with you on that.
Uh-huh. Okay.
probably.
Okay. Why don't you have her go first and check it out?
I would say that probably most of that would have to do with how I came up.
Mm-hmm. And you were taught what?
I was taught to protect, to protect and provide.
Okay. And you were taught this by who taught you, who was taught by who taught them, and they were all men, right?
Yeah.
Okay. The reason why is that it's not just traditional, it's because that is the man's role to protect. So he's first. It's understood that because she's his woman, she's his backup, his support, she would be behind with whatever weapon just in case Either something happens to you, or it's bigger and it requires both of y'all. Am I correct with that?
I would say that's fair. Yeah.
Okay. So so that means that even in a military and protection, it's still the same. The men would be first out front because that's their role. They are the protectors. The woman is second, backup, and the last line.
Right, and there's another thing you
But
have to take.
yeah, go
There's
ahead.
one more thing you have to take into account too, right? I
Mm-hmm.
studied these battles very closely, right? A lot of those armies that were unisex armies weren't really effective armies. Now they did beat their fair share of competition, right, or opposition, but it was because the opposition was dysfunctional within itself, and they were able to get advantages. But largely, those type of armies are ineffective because it hampers the men. When women are in battle alongside the men, it actually handicaps them because the men feel a certain way about the women and they can't really do their job effectively. This is why a lot of kingdoms went to all male armies because they did not want their men to be affected by the presence of women. They could fight more efficiently if there were no women on the battlefield.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to disagree with that, and I'm gonna have to push back on what Dane Frankie said. So yes, I definitely agree with what you're saying. Some of that stuff to an extent would be biological. If you have a woman and she's pregnant or she just gave birth, yeah, the man's gonna go first because the woman being safe provides more likelihood that the child's going to survive. Now,
Okay, okay.
but however, he said leadership. So leadership is not just a confrontation. Leadership is a governor. Leadership is a judge. Leadership is, to me, the women that I knew in my community who would feed kids who wasn't getting dinner at home. You invite your friends over, and that's leadership, in my opinion. That is someone who is in a higher position that is helping people that are in a lower social position, an adult to kids, that is providing them with positivity, with nurture. And when people say, "Oh, well, women are nurturers," and men are nurturers too. Men feed not naturally, but men feed their kids, and that's nurturing. If you're teaching a child something, that's nurturing. Nurturing is not just a woman thing, and that's one of the disconnects that I have. Is all this stuff is portrayed as only one person can do this, only one person can do that. Again, I would rather have a black woman judge than a white male judge any day.
I understand it, but let me ask you a question, right? If you had a regiment of 1,000,
Good argument.
500 men, 500 men warriors, and 500 women warriors, right?
Mhm.
Could you win a war with up against 1,000 well-trained males?
Yeah, it's possible. Absolutely.
It's possible, but could you do it?
I believe so because
Well, I'm gonna
it's not
say,
necessarily about size. When the Nazis fought the Soviets, the Soviets lost like 20 million people. I think the Nazis lost
yeah,
like
but
less than 5 million. It's about
yeah,
effectiveness. Who's best for the job?
yeah, yeah, I understand all that, but this is a whole different scenario, right? You're talking about 1,000 well-trained soldiers who are used to fighting with each other, going up against a regiment that is split half and half, 500 men, 500 women, right?
Mhm.
And so in combat, women react differently than men. Those 500 men will be compromised by the 500 women. This will cause you to lose. This will cause your opponent to have an edge against you. You're talking about
See,
1,000 well-trained men who know each other, who know how to fight well. Fight well. They are a smooth, well-oiled machine. They will overtake your army.
but see,
And
that's
the reason why they will overtake your army is because they are not compromised in any way.
but I disagree with that because it's about socialization. If
Have you
you
ever tried?
raise
Check this out. Have you ever went into battle with women?
like have I ever fist fought? Hell no. I don't put my
No, no,
hands
no.
on.
Have you ever? Have
Oh,
you ever fought? Have you ever fought alongside of women?
No.
Okay, so have you ever do you have sisters?
Yes.
Okay, have you ever gotten into a fight where your sisters tried to jump in and help you?
Nah. They're all older than me, and most of my fights was in school.
Okay, now say you had say you fighting some guys, right? And
Yeah.
your sisters tried to jump in and help you, right? What
Hmm.
would that do to your psyche? What would happen to you automatically? What would go through your mind?
I think I would fight harder.
You would fight harder.
Yeah.
Okay, now you're fighting harder. Why?
Well, two reasons. One, that would be a boost to my morale because I'm getting help from somebody, and
Mm-hmm.
two, because I'm fighting for something that I care about,
Okay, you're fighting with
not
something you
just
care about.
myself.
Okay, now we're getting to it now. You're locking horns with these dudes, right? Now your sisters are jumping in. Now you see one of the dudes get a hold of one of your sisters. Now what happens to you?
I'd probably go crazy.
You're going crazy, right? Now,
Yeah.
where's your focus going to shift?
Back and forth.
Back and forth, back and forth.
Hmm.
Then what's going to happen to the opponent in front of you?
They could get the advantage.
Because of what?
Distraction.
Because your focus has shifted. This is what I mean. You are being compromised by your sisters.
Correct. But that goes.
This is why eventually you will get beat.
But see, this is my point about socialization. We are
I'm
raised.
not talking about socialization.
No, it is socialization.
We're talking about a combat situation to where you are fighting men on your own and holding your own until your sisters show up, right?
Mm-hmm.
When your sisters show up, you're fighting naturally. These are your sisters. You're going to naturally want to protect them. But you cannot do both. You cannot try to sustain your own life while protecting them when you're fighting men who are all males. One of them get a hold of one of your sisters, you know in the back of your mind that they can hurt or possibly kill one of your sisters. That's going to compromise you.
Yeah,
and
yes,
you're going, and if even if you don't want to admit it, your focus is going to shift to the sister that's being attacked by the male, which leaves you vulnerable to the male you're already fighting.
Right, but that again, that speaks to the socialization. If you raise, there are certain. Yes, it does. You ain't gonna let me get it out, dog.
But I don't understand what do you mean by socialization.
What I mean is how people are, how you're socialized, how you brought up, how you're raised. What I'm saying is, if you grow up, like for example, ancient Egypt was very close to a neutral society. Women could be lawyers, they could have wealth, they could have money, all of that. They could have the only thing is there were only about like six or seven women pharaohs. The rest were all males. So yeah, in terms of the pinnacle of leadership, yes. Outside of that, there was more so equality. They both wore the same clothing and status symbols and things like that. If you grow up in a society where both male boys and girls are both raised, like, yes, acknowledge that there's differences in terms of biology, but they're both raised to defend each other, to protect each other, to learn combat. Both of those people, when they grow up, yes, the woman might be physically a little bit less strong, but you're going to see them as more of a partner than a handicap. The reason why we're talking about, because she even said you learn this from men and they learn that from men. Yeah, that's passed down. That's what a tradition is. So if you keep traditionally seeing women as just a person that needs help instead of a person that can do just about what you can do, maybe not with the same level of physical strength, but it completely changes everything. Look at Joan of Arc is another one. I mean, that's not, she ain't black, but Joan of Arc successfully led campaigns in that war between France and Britain. They ended up killing her because, oh my gosh, a woman and she's in a man's place. But she helped them. And that's my whole point, is leadership can come from any male or female and they can be effective at their job.
Yeah, apparently we're having a fundamental misunderstanding about what each other was talking about. I'm not talking about leadership. I'm saying that when you are in a fight
Hmm.
with males and you are holding your own in a fight, and your sisters show up, they're going to compromise you, which can ultimately lead to your demise because your focus is going to shift to them, especially if they're being handled by one of the men. You're going to try, your first instinct is going to try to get her out of the grasp of the other man, which is going to leave you vulnerable to the man you're already fighting. And that could cost you your life. This is why armies like this don't work. If they did, you would see the U.S. all over it. They would have regiments like this all over the place. These type of armies do not work because
Again,
the
and
men because the men become compromised.
yeah, because we are in a society that does not view everyone equal. That's why. That's socialization.
I don't. Okay,
Um. Okay.
okay.
But
I'm
if
not.
okay,
I'm not getting through to it.
if you go into a modern military, if you see a female in full gear, if you notice, for the most part, she almost appears gender neutral
Hmm.
because they want her to be soldier first, female, and she'll be less of a distraction, and the men will be able to treat her more like a regular soldier than a female soldier.
And trust
There's
me, I get what you. Hold on
That
a
kind
second,
of
Dan.
goes. That goes with my point.
And
That goes with
and
my
trust
point.
me, I get what you're saying. I don't have a problem with what you're saying on a
Hmm.
on a large scale.
Right.
Okay, I don't have a problem with women being leaders in certain areas or whatever. And but because I love women, especially black women, I don't want them in combat. I
Right.
don't.
Right. That's fair.
Because I
But
want to be able to. Because when I'm fighting my enemy, I want my mind and emotions to be free and clear. I don't want to have to be worrying about a woman and protecting a woman because if she's there, I'm going to worry about her. If she's there, I'm going to want to protect her. That will compromise me. This is why I'm one of the advocates for not having women in combat. I believe that the combat ground is no place for a woman. That is for men. Let the men do the fighting. I don't want our women out there fighting. That's what they got us for.
yeah.
We don't need
I,
them
I,
out there fighting.
I mean, I can see, I can, see what you're saying and recognize what you're saying. And then if you're talking about just that one avenue of leadership, but I'm looking at everything.
Oh, were we really talking about leadership? I thought we was
Yeah, I
talking
don't have a
about
problem.
women
Listen,
having
and I know
guns.
where you're going with that. And hey, I don't have a problem with women doing all the other stuff. Leaders in society and president and all that. I have no problem with all that. I just draw the line on the field of combat. The field
Right.
of combat is it's a very bloody, deadly, and dangerous and brutal place, and I feel that that is no place for a woman. That is for men only. That is men exclusively. I don't want to see women being torn apart. I don't want to see their bodies being riddled with bullets. I don't want to see that. It's our job to go out there and protect our women and children. That's what we do. That's what we're built for. Let us do the fighting. Let the women, I don't care, as far as everything else, women can have it. You can be leaders of the government. I don't care about none of that. I just don't want them on the battlefield.
Yeah. And a lot of times, if we still on the topic of women, the increase of women getting guns, they're doing it because they have to. You know, if you was to ask the woman getting a gun, um, if she rather a man to protect her or to get the gun, she more likely would prefer that. Or she'll find an alternate. That's why there's increased popularity in tasers because a lot of women are not comfortable with guns.
Yeah.
or alternate ways. But you'll find the women who have children, there are for guns because nobody is going to be messing with my child. That's the
And
mentality.
I think that we do our women a disservice
Hmm.
by, women naturally are very beautiful people. They're really not combat oriented. Okay, I think that we do them a disservice when they acting like tomboys. We don't break them out of that.
Oh, see.
I think we're doing them a disservice when we say come and fight alongside of us like men when they're not men. Their bodies are altogether different than ours. They cannot take the pounding that our bodies can take. They shouldn't be in combat. That's not a place for them. That's
Hey.
the battlefield is a place for men. Like I said, I don't want to see women getting their limbs blown off or getting their heads blown off or bodies chewed up by tracer bullets and shit. Like I don't want to see that. That'll fuck my head up. I'm used to seeing it with men because that's a place for men, the combat field.
Yeah, because that's how you were brought up. That's my whole point. That's not someone brought up. That doesn't sound like someone brought
Oh,
up to
Kev.
see
I'm
everybody.
sorry,
Who
Kev.
came in?
Kev, hold on.
Oh.
Kev, guess who just showed up?
Well, he could pick a new topic for a different day. Because this already took a lot out of me.
Yeah, well, he took on Razi, in your place because again, you on black people's time again, which is kind of ironic because you don't like black people. I don't know why you keep using black people's time, keep showing up late. But anyway,
I think we need to change his name to Sleep Progressive.
yeah, I don't know. Check this out. I don't know what you mean when you say that's the way you're brought up. Because I think even in a situation where you're trained a certain way, I think a man's natural instincts is going to take over on the battlefield. If you talk to a lot of soldiers, right? I'm
Mhm.
ex-military. You talk to a lot of soldiers, right? You would be hard pressed to find one soldier that will agree to women being on the battlefield.
Absolutely, but all of that, what you're saying is culture. All of that is culture and tradition. Just like chivalry, for example. Some women don't want chivalry. Some women say, "I don't need to be taken care of. I don't need the door being open for me. I want to do all that stuff myself." So again, that's culture. If you live in a
Okay,
society
but
where you view each other as different but equal, that's a completely different mentality than
right,
being
but
raised to protect the other person.
as
If you
leaders,
have a woman that's alone with the kids, you don't want, and someone breaks in, you don't want her to be defenseless and just be like, "Well, I'm a woman and I need a man to protect." You want her to be able to defend herself.
I understand that 100%. And as the leaders, it's up to us to utilize that enthusiasm effectively. It doesn't mean that we put her on the battlefield. It may mean that she could be useful protecting children. Like you said, give her a gun, let her stand guard in the house or something. It should be the last line of defense in case the enemy slips through. Okay? She'll be good there. Pick them off. As soon as you see somebody come and start blasting. Okay? But it doesn't mean that we misuse that enthusiasm and put her on the battlefield. Just because a woman says that she don't want chivalry doesn't mean that she's an effective combat soldier on the battlefield. The battlefield is a whole different animal. And one woman could compromise an entire regiment of men. Like I said, if you talk to the modern day soldier, right, who's been, I ain't talking about the ones who's ever been in combat. Talk about the guys who came back from Desert Storm and asked them, do they want a woman in combat?
Right. I agree. Look, Max, I'm not disagreeing with you at all. What I am saying though is all of those people grew up with a view of society a certain way. Just like this generation grows up with a view of society a certain way. And I'm sure 20 years down the line, those kids are going to grow up where in a in a different light. Um, and so and again, I
You know
can
what?
like
Let's see if we can get some women to come on the panel.
okay.
Okay, because I don't think Kev is getting it. Maybe if
No,
he
I
heard from the
agree.
mouths of some
I
women,
do get what you're saying. My whole point
right?
though is that the concept of a woman can't do this, a man has to do it. That is from child rearing. That is how
But
you're
that,
grown
but
up.
wait a minute. But that is exactly reality in certain situations. In certain situations, in reality, no, a woman can do it, and a man is supposed to do it. Now, we got to get away from this being afraid to say what the truth is. Even though I love women, and trust me, I love black women, with all my heart. But I know in reality they cannot do everything I can do, and I'm not going to sit up here and lie to them because I love them and say that they can do. They cannot, and we got to get away from that. We're doing them a disservice by lying to them and saying that they can do everything that we can do when they clearly cannot.
I mean, I disagree. Yeah, and that's where we're gonna respectfully disagree. And that's why I said yes. It is biological differences. Take any woman that's your exact same height and size, you're gonna be stronger than them physically. However, that doesn't mean that that person is completely defenseless and they shouldn't even train to defend themselves, and they shouldn't even
Okay,
look into service and things of that
if
nature.
you take the average man, right, and get
Hmm.
him in tip top shape, and take the average woman, get him in tip top shape, right? Naturally, the man is going to be able to endure more. It's going to have a longer pain. It's going to have a higher pain threshold. He's going to be naturally stronger. He's going to be able to deal with more adversity mentally and emotionally and physically. And his body is going to be able to hold up much better than hers because her biology is different. A woman's body cannot take the pounding that a man can take. And that's
Hmm.
just reality. This ain't about, this ain't about feminism. This ain't about putting women down. This ain't about saying that women aren't capable. This is about reality. Okay, our bodies are different. They cannot endure everything we can endure. They just simply physically cannot. And sitting up here lying to them is doing them a disservice. Like I can endure damn near 10 times the heat a woman can endure.
But no one is disagreeing with that. I had already said that there are physical
If you
differences.
put me in a hot house, right,
Hmm.
where the sun is beating down all the time, right, and put a woman in a hot house next to me, right, she will pass out way before I will.
Hmm.
And will possibly die. My body is built to endure. Her body is not built like mine. I'm not going to sit up here and say, hey, put this woman in this hot house and she's going to do what. No, I'm not doing that. A lot of this stuff also is propaganda, and people have been watching too many movies. It doesn't work like that in real life. I can pull you up a video now to where they put women through the same training that they put men, right? And the women, right? And the women couldn't hack it. Their bodies gave out on them.
Yeah, I agree. But Max, that's not
Hold
where
on,
we're.
wait a minute, one more. I can also put you on the video right now to where they had a regiment, right, with women and men, right? And they put them up against other regiments of all men, and the regiments with the men and the women, right, they fell behind and couldn't keep up.
Max, we're
And
not.
you know why? Wait a minute. And you know
Oh
why?
my.
Because the men were compromised.
Oh shit.
I can pull those receipts up for you. We can
Max,
put them
I'm
on
not.
screen.
Max, but that's the thing. No one is. I'm not disagreeing with you on physical. We
Yes,
see.
you
We can.
are. You're
No.
saying that
Oh my god.
what you're saying in
All right.
front of everybody, right? Hold on. I'm not trying to overtalk you. What you're saying in front of everybody is that a woman can do everything a man can do. And I'm telling you, she cannot. And if we sit up here and we push that narrative, we're doing our women a disservice. We're not being honest with them. And that's not putting them down. That's not being a chauvinist. That's being realistic. That is reality. They just simply cannot do everything we can do.
All right. So to respond to that, I already said that physically, like from a biological standpoint, yes, women naturally have more lower body strength for childbirth. Men typically have more upper body strength. And so, yes, that's why you can look at sports, for example, and you look at the fastest, female track star and the fastest male track star, and there's probably the fastest, and the woman's, fastest track time is probably going to be even slower than the slowest men's track time. My whole point, though, is that the women are still running track. Like, they're still doing the same job. However, the effectiveness might not be exactly the same. But the point is they can still do the same jobs. Like the same way, like there can be a male president. There are countries where, if you want to just talk about combat, that's fine. The reason I was talking about leadership was because when you and City were going back and forth, you said, when have the women replaced the men in leadership? And that was what I was saying, is that I don't think it should be a replacement. It should be whoever's best for the job, male or female, whoever's the best scientist, whether it's a man or a woman that's black, because we're talking about black people, they should have that job. If a woman is a better governor based on qualifications, they should have that job. Now, when we talk about defense and things like that, what I'm saying is, if people grew up in a society where you didn't genderize everything. You didn't say, well, you're a boy, you have to do X, Y, Z. You're a girl, you have to do X, Y, Z. And you just raise them up together and say, like, you don't just teach the girl to cook and you don't just teach the guy to hunt or whatever. You teach them both things. So yes, maybe the woman might be more cognitively advanced than the man, because, girls typically talk faster and, they develop, faster and all that stuff like that. So, there are going to be biological differences. But what I'm saying is, how you socialize, how you upbring the child, we're, societally speaking, we don't raise children to see boys and girls as equal or as capable of doing the same jobs, even though maybe not at the same extent. But that's what I'm saying. So yeah, you're going to be more emotional towards seeing women in the line of fire and things like that, because you're brought up to see them as something to protect. Some societies, they don't do that. They see women as they can defend themselves.
I don't know what societies those are. I don't know if you're talking way back 2,000, 3,000, 4,000 years ago.
No, right now in Kenya, there are women. There is a whole woman tribe.
Okay. Well, I agree with you on the other stuff. I don't have a problem with all the other stuff. I don't have a problem with women being leaders in society, government, again, president. You want to run track with them, I'm fine with all of that. None of that is combat. None of that is combat. I'm talking about combat. Combat is a whole different thing. I think the combat field should be for men only. Women shouldn't be on the combat field. Now, you want to run track and you want to do sports with them or whatever, play volleyball, I really don't care. If they want to lead the governments, if they want to lead this, I'm all for it. I have no problem with any of that.
Yes.
But when it comes down to combat, and someone who's an ex-military who's seen the combat field and how brutal, absolutely unforgiving and brutal the combat field is, that is no place for women. And I will maintain that. Women in that environment, right, are a liability.
Right. Okay. And again, I can't diminish your experience in any way, shape, or form. You never would do that. And I appreciate you. And even on RBRs, when he be trying to talk about you being, I'm like, being a truck or whatever, I'm like, that's a positive brother that's doing things right there. My thing though is
crazy ass. Yeah.
Yeah. My thing though is, even okay. So even for example, Russia. I think it was World War II. They trained women to be snipers. They had an elite team of women snipers. They were really effective at their job. Why? Women are better at distinguishing color. They're better at distinguishing moving objects. They're also better at and this is biological. They're also better at hearing higher pitches because why babies cry. So they were trained for that position. They were good at that position, so they did that position. And if they were brought up from a young age like that, I'm sure they would, even though maybe, again, not the same musculature, but if brought up for a particular role, they're more likely to be effective at it than if you don't raise them for that role. And then at a certain age, you're like, okay, now you got to learn this. That is what I'm saying. And I think the American psyche has an issue with dualities, and it has an issue with seeing like both sides being able to do some of the same things.
Okay, but in the military, is the sniper a supporting position or a frontline position?
So technically speaking, it could be both. You can. It's not close quarters, so it's not like you're right in front of the other person, but you can snipe prior to, a bunch of gunfire, or you can snipe while there's gunfire going on, or you can, snipe after.
Okay, so is it frontline or support?
You got to ask Max. I don't know if somebody snipes before a bunch of gunfire, is that frontline or
snipering is a support position.
Support. Okay.
Okay. Well, that just goes right along with what Max is saying. He don't have no problem with the women being the support far, far away from frontline combat. He don't combat. When they say combat, they mean frontline.
Right.
That's what they mean. That's where he don't want women to be. He don't mind them being support. He don't mind being in support position. He don't want them in the front line in the firefight, of a war. He understands that women is going to be part of the military, but he preferred them to be support, back line in the back, supporting the men who going to be fighting in the front, or being bringing the injured to clearing up space for the men to fight in combat. You get it?
No, but that's what I'm saying. I get everything that he's saying. I'm saying that is a traditional mindset. Specifically for this country, that is a traditional mindset, is seeing women in general as a support instead of a equal. And what I'm saying is,
who said that he don't see them as equal? He see them as equal, but he still prefer that they be in a supporting position. He ain't saying they're not capable of. He just rather they not be there. He ain't saying they're not capable of it.
Yeah, and what I'm saying is, as someone who sees equality, I'm saying that if they are effective for the job, then they should get that job. And if we were in a society where people didn't gender I'm not saying everyone should walk around with 8 pronouns and all that other shit. What I'm just saying is that the same way people raise girls to cook, to be nurturing, to do this, you can raise boys the same exact way. And in the same way that you raise boys to be defend themselves, defend their family, you can raise girls the same way. And you might get effectiveness from both.
Yeah, but
one of the reasons why there's a big issue with even that concept is because the lack of women leadership outside of the military. Whether it's presidents, whether it's, there's a lot of women governors now, but that's the thing. Like even Angela Merkel, she was the chancellor for Germany, and she was like the leader of the EU. She was, from what I've heard, she was successful at her job. And so that is the thing, is that is underrepresented across the board.
Mm-hmm.
You know, you like, for example, I'm saying like you should teach your daughter, whatever, to be as strong as she can be, as well rounded as she can be. The same way you should teach your son to be as well rounded as he can be, and so on and so forth. Now, again, are there going to be natural physical differences? Sure, but we're not in 5,000
the problem
years
I
ago.
have
Like, there's
with-
drones, there's all types of technology now. Like,
See, the problem
combat's
I
not even
have-
the same.
Right. The problem I have with what you're saying is the same argument that people have about emotions, right? A lot of people think that emotions are bad, so you should never use them.
Mhm.
Right? Well, nothing can be further from the truth. You need your emotions, okay? Because your emotions is what holds up your morality. Now, misusing your emotions is quite different than never using them at all. You guys take physicality, and you think that physicality means nothing.
What?
You sadly you talk as if physicality. Whenever we compare men and women, right? There's always a physicality argument. You try to downplay physicality as if it means nothing.
Nope.
Because you say, well, other than physical differences, there's such and such. Physical differences, right, mean a lot, especially when you're in combat. You don't just poo-poo physical differences.
I didn't do that. I said if they are
physical strength means a hell of a lot in combat. A woman can take on a man 3 times, 4 times her size, right? And say she only has like a knife on her, right? And they get into hand-to-hand combat, right? Some men are so strong that even stabbing them up won't stop them, unless she can get a vital strike in, like to the throat.
Yeah, jugular.
Right?
Yeah.
And that may be difficult depending on his size and height versus her size and height. And then again, he's strong, right? So if he grabbed one of her limbs, or if he grabbed the arm, she may stab him one time, right? He can survive that stabbing and still grab her arm and pull her damn arm out the socket. Then she's done for.
I think
So you guys make this physical argument as if physicality means nothing. Let me tell you something, brother. I've been in fights and I've been around men, right? And I'm not a small man myself. I'm 6'4", right? 295, 300. I've been lifted off my feet and straight up in the air by niggas. Okay? So I know that there's women out there that could not physically hold up against men like this. And there are men even much more stronger than that on the battlefield and much quicker. And then I'm going to tell you something else. The frightened factor is very real with women. Women can be frightened out of their mind in an instant. The fright factor don't necessarily affect men the same way. It does happen after a while, after the man's mind has been, bombarded by other shit, right? But the fright factor is very real with women. They can be frightened. Then what you gonna do?
Well, if it depends on how they're trained. Okay, if they're trained, okay, that fright factor just isn't going to be there. I mean, you have
No. It's a natural thing. It's a natural ability to handle certain things. Women and men perceive things differently. You can train her all you want, but if her perception is overwhelmed by something, she will become frightened no matter if you trained her or not.
Yeah, but that's the thing. It's nature and nurture. The same way you was talking about the whole frightened factor, a lot of that, yeah, because a lot of boys are told not to suppress all of their emotions, and a lot of women are told that they can, express themselves or whatever. That is child rearing. I guarantee if you told the same girl not to cry and not to do this, she would grow up and then and put away her emotions the same way that, the boy would. So
it doesn't work like that. This is a natural thing that occurs in men and women. Men and women are just different. They're different mentally. The makeups are different. Men handle things differently mentally than women do, and emotionally than women do. Women are naturally more emotional than men.
Yeah, see, and
And
again,
that's just
that's again where I
and that's
disagree.
just that's the truth though.
That's actually, I think, is the opposite. If you look at
I
if you look at who's most violent, if you look at who commits the majority of the crimes, it's usually men. So if women are more emotional, why are they safer?
that doesn't
Men
have
are
anything.
emotional. The thought of, oh, I'm about to just take this person out, that's emotional. It's just it
Men
might be a
commit
different
men commit
emotional.
more crime. Men commit more crimes because they are violent, not emotional. Men are more naturally violent than women, nearly 10 times more violent.
They more
Men are readily up for combat.
yeah.
Men will engage in violence in a heartbeat. Women will not. Women will often refrain from violence because they're not naturally violent people. Men are almost men are. I would dare say we're naturally violent.
I mean, if you look
That's
at
that's rare.
the
No, it doesn't
if
mean that we're okay. I'm not saying that we're all kooks and shit. Because you can get violent don't mean that you're a nutcase.
no, you're just more prepared for it.
Exactly.
Yeah, again. Yeah,
Yeah, it
because
doesn't mean
I
you're a
mean, look,
lunatic.
yeah, just look at what we gravitate to in the movies and TV shows is different. Women are not looking at action movies or kung fu movies and stuff like that in mass. Whereas we're looking for violence. We want to watch boxing, football, baseball. If you look at like the WNBA, nobody cares about the WNBA like that. The only reason why it's still around is because of feminism and the
And
NBA propping it up. Nobody looks at that. Not even women want to look at that. They want to see
right, and
men.
you
They want to see that
Yeah, but
it's
that
but wait a minute, let me make one point and let me add one point to that, right? You know one of the reasons why men don't find the WNBA appealing is not because it's women. You know what it is? Because they don't dunk. They don't dunk. They can't dunk in the NBA, WNBA. So it takes away from the excitement of the game.
and they can't. It, you see somebody dunking, it's like that's a domination,
Yeah, exactly.
and
We
you
don't
don't
see
get
them.
that.
No. So we don't find it interesting watching women go up and down the court just doing layups. That's not interesting. I mean, we acknowledge that it's a women's league and we get it and everything. We're cool with it, but it ain't really all that because there's no real aggression going on. Men like aggression. We like to see violence. We want to see a woman go up and slam the ball. You know what I'm saying? And run down the court like, yeah, what you got? We want to see it, but because we don't see it, we don't find it appealing.
yeah,
There's
but
not enough
again,
violence for us.
all most of that is socialization, because most society is not society at least American society does not teach people to or it does not center around women and their accomplishments and what they achieve and stuff like that. It's centered around women's appearance and if they can have children. That's really what it gets down to, which is archaic. The
See,
point is, hmm?
see, I hear you.
We don't celebrate high earning women the same way we celebrate high earning men. We don't tell girls, oh yeah, you should aim to be CEO. We tell them, oh okay, you have to get married by a certain age and have kids, or focusing
Right,
on their beauty and certain things like that. And
right,
all of that is the nurture side, and that
listen,
has an effect. Now,
right, I
what you're saying about male versus female, yes, testosterone is linked to more assertiveness, more dominance, more things of that nature. But that's the thing. All of that stuff, all of those expressions are emotions. If you get into a fight or something, if you are overcome with anger and you get into a fight, that is being emotional. The problem is we don't look at aggressive emotions or emotions that are considered masculine as being emotional. If you want to slap the shit out of
I'm
somebody,
trying
you're
to.
being emotional. If you
I'm
want to
trying to.
hug somebody, you're being emotional. You know what I'm
I'm
saying? Like,
trying to. Right, but what I'm trying to explain to you, I get your argument, right? And it's not about that. What I'm trying to tell you is, men have another gear. It's like, for example, a manual 10-speed truck, right? Okay, the truck is not, going as fast as until it hits that 10th gear, right? Men have another gear besides emotion. That gear is called violence. We can be violent without being emotional. That's the other gear that we have. That's different from women. We can be violent without being emotional.
Yeah, it's more of a logic thing.
Right.
It's like, okay, I know I gotta fight this dude. I'm not angry with him, but I know I gotta fight this dude. If,
Right.
yeah, but see, and again, that's again where I have to disagree, because if we're talking about logic, women typically do things that keep people alive. They typically do things that sustain life. I think they're actually more logical than we are.
And I agree
We
with
take
that.
emotional suppression and not expressing emotions as logic. Oh, okay, he don't feel nothing, so he's logical, and that's just not the case.
I
Logical is using whatever tools in the arcade decision, and given the world
what
and
happened?
given what's going on and given life expectancy and things like that, I mean, I think women are actually more logical.
Yeah, I don't have a problem with that. I understand that. I'm with you on that. But what I'm trying to tell you is, we're two different kinds of people. They have things that we don't have, and we have things that they don't have. And when we talk about
Yes,
logic,
yes.
what Bro Speak was talking about the logic, like, for example, if you got a violent dude, right, in your building, he's causing hell in the situation, and he's got to be stopped. Now, you don't necessarily have no emotions towards this dude, but you know that he has to be stopped, right? In order to stop him, you have to become violent yourself. It has nothing to do with emotions. It's that you have to gear your mind up in a certain way to stop this dude. You have to match his violence with violence in order to stop him. That's what I mean. We have a different gear that we can go to that's completely detached from emotion.
So if a woman's being attacked and she fights that guy off, is that also emotional, or is that just self-defense?
Well, I don't know. I can't speak for a woman. I'm not a woman. You would have to ask a woman how she feels. I can just speak from a man's point of view. Like, I've gotten into fights, right, where I was extremely violent with dudes. But after the fight was over and I won, everything was cool. Nobody was mad at each other. I wasn't all emotional because there was really no emotions involved.
I agree with you. I know what you mean. I've been in fights like that. You dap them up
Right?
at
It
the
was
end.
just a fight. Right? It was just a fight. We just got violent with each other.
But my question to that would be then: do you think that women can't be raised to be that same way? Like, it might not come as easy, but can they
Well,
not be raised to be?
I think a woman would be better suited to answer that question.
All right. Well, Carolyn's on it.
Because I'm not a woman, I can't really speak for them. All I can do is speak from the male's, perspective and how we are.
Yeah.
So you would, that would be a question you would have to ask a woman.
Well,
we
Carolyn's
have women on the
up
panel
here.
you can ask.
Yeah. Carolyn, how you feel about the conversation?
Yeah, Carolyn, you want to take that one?
I'm just trying to follow along. The audio is a little bit glitchy on my end. Can you ask it again?
Well, I mean, how do you feel in general about, like, women being in combat or leadership positions, things like that?
Leadership positions is definitely a necessity because overall, there's a lot more strategic ability, in my opinion, within a woman's psyche, just on the basis of survival necessity. I actually dropped an article in the back chat about 7 very successful women military strategists, as well as the fact that the ISIS army was defeated by an entirely female regiment several years ago. You know, I don't agree with having them on the front lines, but I've had friends that have been in support positions, either snipers, they were the flying the choppers and stuff like that would drop the troops into whatever zones that they were going into. I've had friends that were involved in tech and comms and stuff like that. I've had friends that were involved in a lot of stuff. I come from a military family. You know, as far as like strategy and stuff like that, I mean, women have very successful track records with strategy in general, whether it's business, whether it's, you know, how to run a household and work and pay bills and, you know, come up with deadlines and meet, you know, timelines and things like that. It's just, it's in our nature. We compartmentalize, and that's the way we're built. You know, we can compartmentalize many, many things all at once naturally, because that's one of our given roles, and that's one of our given responsibilities, is to be able to, you know, hyper focus on many different things all at the same time. And that's a survival mechanism, you know. As far as, you know, the fighting and all that other stuff, you know, if we're ever engaged into a fight, it's not so much, at least personally for me, it's not so much about an emotion or anything else. It's about, you know, a fight or flight. And for me, flight is not an option unless I have other people that are with me that could potentially be a hindrance. Particularly my kids. If it was an instance of I have to engage somebody, otherwise I am going to die or my kids are going to die as well, then, you know, I'm going to very quickly and as effectively as possible weigh my options and either engage successfully, because there is no other option. There is no, you know, an option of defeat, because my kids are at risk. And that gives that fight or flight instinct that kicks in harder when that kind of scenario is engaged. Women have lifted cars off of their kids. Okay, there is a lot of biology that plays into this that is, to a certain degree, been touched on, but, you know, it is the motivating factor of survival of our offspring. And, you know, there have been instances where women have been trained in self-defense and things like that, that we don't have to go the aggressive routes. We go in non-aggressive routes of basically, I think it's countermeasures. And the countermeasures don't require physical exertion in the same way, but are equally effective, and they play upon our agility and our strength. As well as our mind's agility and being able to know that we're not going to win physically, so we have to play smart. So to that degree, you know, it's about being effective in whatever kind of position that we have to be in at that given time. Does that answer your question?
Kev? Did he fall off?
He's there, but he's muted. Yeah. Well, I knew a bunch of women, they were not interested in going in combat. They thought the women that was trying to petition for women to be frontline combat participant were crazy. They're like, no, I'm fine. Support.
Yeah,
No.
women are very good at support positions. Preemptive preemptive strategies and things like that. Women are very good at that, and devise all kinds of strategies. My wife helped me map out my success, because she's good at it, and so I would love to see women in these positions. I think that they can be more effective in those positions. On the front lines, I believe that's where men should be. I don't want to see women getting their limbs blown off. The combat field is a very brutal and unforgiving place to be. I just don't feel that women should be subject to that. There's a lot of things that happen on the combat field that blows a man's mind right out of the water. And men, we are typically built to deal with all kinds of viciousness and stuff like that. But even sometimes we get mentally overwhelmed by what happens on the battlefield. And this is not a place I think women should be. I just don't. I don't think they should be subject to that kind of brutality. I mean, you're talking about brutality taken to a level that's almost unconscionable, And then when you're in combat, all of this about size doesn't matter and strength doesn't matter, you are sadly mistaken. You are sadly mistaken. Until you've gone up against someone that is physically gifted from head to toe with brute strength and speed. And cunning at that too. Okay? That can counter your agility. And sometimes the moves that you make on such a person don't even work. They may work in theory, but won't work in reality until you've gone up against such a person. So we can theorize about what should work and what shouldn't work. But when you get on that field and you face such a person that's naturally gifted from head to toe with sheer brute strength and cunning and speed, it's a whole different ball game. And you have to be able to overcome quickly. You have to be able to strategize quickly. You have to be able to discern quickly. And such a person moving in real time won't give you that opportunity. Then what you gonna do? I ran into all kinds of people gifted in all kinds of ways on the battlefield. There are people that can outrun angles. There are people that can run right through certain types of things that you put in front of them, and they just walk right through it. There are people who can take bullets and won't go down. Eventually they will, but they won't go down unless the bullet is well placed in a strategic, area that'll instantly kill a person, right? Such as the head, the neck, or the throat, or whatever. If you hit anywhere in the mass part of the body, right? I've seen people that won't go down. So when you're faced with these kinds of things right in front of you, right, your mental stability, right, is stretched to its limits. This is what I mean by the fright factor. If a woman is fighting a man in hand-to-hand combat, and he's big, he's huge, he's strong, he's quick, right, and he's slapping her around, and everything she's trying on him doesn't work, right, she could become frightened.
So my question to you then is, you're saying no matter how much training, like you're saying there's no level of training as to where they could fill that position.
Your natural instincts takes over at a certain point when your life is threatened in a certain way. You understand? Like I said, what will you do when you come up against someone who's big, strong, fast, and cunning, and won't afford you the opportunity to think or strategize? Then what you do?
Well,
Carolyn, I didn't click on that link, but were any of those women on the front lines?
There were actually several instances of that, in that link, of women actually turning the tides of wars. And they were all strategists.
Yeah, women are very good at strategy. Very, very good at strategy.
So, to that logic, I mean, you know, there are certainly places that we could definitely support, right? And when I came in earlier, I heard the concept of who goes first if there's a break-in or something like that. Here, we've actually discussed this. Okay, we've actually even done like mock, you know, practices and all that kind of good stuff. You know, ran our kids through, this is what you have to do. This is your job. Your job is to hide in XYZ and don't move and speak until we come to get you. And then even still, you don't move or speak. We are teaching them sign language for those instances because they're young, you know. But he goes first. That's a given. And he has a weapon and I have a weapon. And both of us are trained. He is ex-military as well. He was Army. And, you know, it's basically, it's a last line of defense. But yeah, we're coming in as a team. And his job is to basically attack whatever's there head on. If there are multiple threats, then I step up too.
Let me tell you something. Let me say this to y'all, right? Okay. Y'all have never been in combat, okay? Let me tell you something. When you're fighting for your life, your mind goes into a different place when your life is on the line. And a lot of times when your life is on the line and you know it, fear can cripple you, especially if you've never been in that situation before, right? Now, before I go on, let me point something out. Everybody has seen The Incredible Hulk, right? Everybody?
Yeah, he used to freak me out as a kid.
Right. Kev, you've seen The Incredible Hulk, right?
Yes, sir.
What's the most telling? What's the most?
The old one wouldn't put his hands on the woman.
No, I ain't talking about. What stands out about the Incredible Hulk?
For me, it's his damn eyes, man.
Right, his eyes.
It's the inhumanity in his eyes.
But what's the most thing that they always promote about him is strength, right?
He was big. It was
Like
Lou
big and
Ferrigno.
strong.
Lou Ferrigno was a bodybuilder, yes.
Right. I got that. But the Hulk is supposed to be known for his strength, right? He's
Right.
big and he's strong, right? But you know what's something else about him that most people don't pay attention to? He's incredibly fast, extremely fast. Now, when you are in a fight for your life, and say you're on the battlefield, and you're dealing with, opposition, right? You don't know what their skill sets are. So imagine if you got your eyes trained on a particular foe, right? And it's you and that person, and you say, okay, well, I'm going to do this and I'm going to do that, right? And you have a distance away and you think you're safe, right? And one thing you're not counting on that person to cover the distance between you and him, right? Quickly. You understand? See, when you're on the battlefield-
absolutely.
Right, so-
And
right.
that's a very
Let me
common
finish.
under. Okay,
Right.
go ahead.
Let me finish. There's skill sets that people have on the battlefield. And then again, when you're going up against a trained person who's used to fighting for their life, right, they have a different mentality than you. They understand what they're up against and what they have to do, right? So if they feel that they are at a disadvantage, one of the first things they're going to try to do is close the gap as quickly as possible, right? And so when you see a person that's big and strong or whatever, we hardly ever think about speed. Speed can be on the battlefield. Speed is everything, and it can often be the determining factor on who wins and loses. Now you can strategize all you want, right? But one thing that's hard to plan against is natural raw speed. You're talking about a person that can cover a distance extremely quickly, and if you're not prepared to deal with that, that person can be up on you within the blink of an eye. And then what are you going to do? Everything in your mind becomes disrupted, and you may go into a full-scale panic, which will leave you vulnerable to the person who closed the gap on you in a very, very, very quick manner. So you have to be able to stabilize that in your mind, especially if you're not used to real live combat. You understand? So it's not as easy as you think. It's not as easy as you sitting down at a table and writing things up and drawing things in the sand and say, we're going to do this and we're going to do that. You still have to make them work on the battlefield against people that have different types of skill sets. And some of them skill sets, right, you don't know they have. So you have to be able to make adjustments on the fly and make adjustments when you're up against it. And again, a person who is used to fighting for their life is far stronger than anybody who lifts weights. That's another thing that you don't understand. You'll never gain the type of strength you use fighting against people who are trying to kill you versus the people who lift weights. Fighting against people who are trying to kill you requires a whole different type of strength. You're fighting for your life, so your body develops differently. It becomes naturally stronger. So again, a person who lifts weights, right? Say a person who lifts weights for a year versus a person who's been fighting someone who's trying to kill him for a year, right? There'll be no match in strength. The person who's been fighting against death for a whole year is far stronger than the one who's been lifting weights. And that's something else that you don't know that you may come up against in combat. Extremely strong people who are extremely fast and quick because they're used to fighting for their life. So it's not as easy as you think.
No, and I absolutely. I was going to say here.
And then also too, right? When you in firefights and stuff like that, right? You also have smart people on the battlefield. Again, people who are used to being in combat. They can neutralize your gunfire. Your gunfire can't be neutralized. You can be blinded. You can be blinded in a firefight and don't know who you're shooting at. And you also can be confused in a firefight. You may end up shooting your own regiment. So combat is a whole different animal, man. It's not what you think it is. It's not the movies, you know. It's not something that you just draw up in the sand, you know. You have to really know what you're doing to survive in combat.
May I ask a question?
Sure.
Okay, so say the male troops lose a lot of casualties. Do you still not want women to then step up? Are you saying that they should just like throw in the towel and then the other side won?
Well, first of all, there shouldn't be any women on the combat field. And you can lose regiments and still win. Hannibal defeated 80,000 men with 35,000. He also defeated 80,000 men with 15,000.
That was the guy that defeated Europe, basically, from Africa, if I'm not mistaken.
You know, right, and so I'm not saying women shouldn't step up. Women, if you should be the last line of defense but that should be in the cities itself, and you still should have a regiment of men who you left behind to assist them. They shouldn't just be by themselves. A good leader will leave also a regiment behind to help aid and protect the women and children. And the women can support them so they don't get overran.
Well, that would be like the National Guard, yeah.
Right.
Or the local militias.
Right. You don't just leave women by themselves. Yes, they're willing and they're able, right? But I'm telling you right now, man, when you're dealing with combat, there are monsters out there, man.
Well, that's absolutely true. I mean, if you take, and this is just the easiest example I can pull, right? You've got, I forget what the actual position is, but it's in football. They're typically very, very sought after guys. They are very, very big, but they are super fast. Okay. They are often the hardest to find in any kind of lineup team because their job is basically to, God help me. Okay. I don't know football to save my life, but I remember this point, and it speaks to what you're saying. It is one of the most sought after players and sought after physical examples because their speed and their size is absolutely lethal on a playing field. Same as it would be on a battlefield. It's not very different. The difference is mortality, right? Mm-hmm. And in that instance, that is absolutely a tiebreaker when it comes to a combat situation because you've got basically the Hulk running in, right? And you've got an entire regiment in behind him. He is basically protecting everybody else that's running in behind him that is literally mowing everybody down. Okay. And his speed is what everybody is going, oh my God, who the hell is this? Excuse me. Well, who is this and what are they doing? Right? Everybody is focusing on the front of that attack. And they're missing the fact that there's 40 people behind him that are just taking everybody down. So that's absolutely truth. That's 110% truth. Yeah. Okay. And that strategy's been replicated time and time and time and time again. So to that point, absolutely. Right? That is very, very, very strategically difficult to accommodate for unless you're getting into concept. And I'm was thinking more along the lines of like a home invasion and that kind of stuff, right? Because again, that's where I came in. But, to that point, I've always been kind of leaning towards why are we still in this day and age with so much tech that's available, willingly sacrificing up generations of men? Because that continues to leave holes all throughout communities. And I get the whole concept of wanting to serve your country and wanting to do that, using that as maybe a stepping stone to a career or something like that. And I absolutely get that.
Well, we unfortunately, we have evil people in this world that are in power and they want to, do things to people, and we have to protect against it, until we can eradicate the evil people that control this world, we're never going to have any peace.
And I agree to that, right? And that's kind of the dual edge of the sword that kind of freaks me out a little bit, because the strategy of using these different kinds of tech on a battlefield can certainly, if for whatever reason those tides shift, right, and the civilian population becomes the problem, they could use those same things on us. And that is where something scary could happen.
Well, you don't want it to come off the battlefield. You still want wars to be decided on the battlefield, because because nobody is stupid, right? If you send in soldiers that are robots, nobody's going to send a regiment of men to fight your robots. Okay?
No,
They're going
any
to.
more
They're
than they
going
would
to.
logically,
Right.
try
They're
to fight
going
a
to blow.
drone.
Right, they're going to blow your robots out of water from a distance, right? But now you're getting into a tech war to where you ain't got to send people to combat, and we don't want to go to a level of tech wars because now you're talking about whole cities being attacked by technology.
And not only that, EMPs.
Right, and it's even worse. It gets worse if that happens.
Right,
Okay.
and then you get EMPs, and then you get biological warfare, and just
Right.
stuff goes very bad very quickly for
And now you're
billions
talking
of
about
people.
right, and now you're talking about rendering the armies ineffective. Now you're really vulnerable because you have regular people going to and from, and they have no idea what's coming, and they can't protect themselves from it.
And not only that, militaries depend on a lot of that tech. So if something like that were to kick off with an EMP, that renders,
Just like right,
a lot of things ineffective.
right. And listen, and now you take Hiroshima and Nagasaki, right? Okay, so they dropped a bomb on those places, right? The people had no idea those bombs were coming. So when them bombs hit, right, and pretty much destroyed that city, killed all those people, and then you had the fallout of black rain and all this other stuff, right? There are people who still haven't recovered from that. You can't defend against that. It's hard to defend yourself against technology. That can really hurt your people. So that's what I'm saying. You don't want them to take it off the battlefield because they can really hurt you with technology.
Absolutely.
You know what, Max?
They can kill.
As you've continued to talk, you know what? I definitely can see where you're coming from. I definitely can see where you're coming from. My only issue is the people who want to do that job. If they meet the qualifications, that's my only issue. But you know what? As you continue to talk, and I've heard where you're coming from and all that, you know what? I can give you that. I can definitely give you where you're coming from. The issue to me though lies with maybe those one or two women that meet all the requirements, like meet all the PT requirements and all that. Do we tell them, congratulations, but this ain't the job for you?
As an effective leader, this is what I would tell women, right? If they want to go into combat, unless it's in a support role, right? I can't use you.
In that case, it would be like I said, my friend Sheila was a helicopter pilot. She was in combat, but she wasn't directly fighting. She was bringing troops into the areas that they were fighting in.
And that's even dangerous because she could be shot down.
Absolutely.
You know what I'm saying? That's even dangerous. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to see women, call me whatever you want. I just don't want to see women brutalized like that.
Yeah, and I get you. That's coming from a solid place. And that's why I said,
I don't want to see limbs getting blown off and all of that. I've seen too much. I don't want. The combat place is a very brutal place. And even a lot of men mentally never recover from being in such brutal combat.
Right.
Well, you got to look
at
it.
And I'll give it to Sheila.
Now,
Sheila did 3 tours as a combat pilot and came back. And by and large, that is a testament to the sound functionality of her unit, as well as the leadership abilities to bring everybody back together.
Well, they look at it like they say that, in this day and age now where women want equal rights in all facets, okay, if they're going to be given these rights, then that means they're also going to have to take the same risk that it takes to protect those rights, which means serving in various capacities in the military, which means going into combat, which means going to war, which means getting drafted, in the military, having to sign up for celestic service and stuff, just like men do. And that's the direction society is going in. And you don't get to say that, I don't want, to see this or that happen to women, or I don't want to see men get blown, them get their arm blown off, and men been getting their arms blown off for hundreds of years in war. Okay, so now it's women's turn. That's how a lot of people view it. It's their turn to go onto the battlefield and face these same risks as well, because it's only fair in the society that we live in.
All right. All right, then let me ask you this question. I'm going back to that scenario. You and your woman, door break in. Somebody's breaking in. Who's going out to see what's going on or to deal with it?
Both of us are going to protect our
Uh-huh.
house and to protect our property, and if we have children, to protect our children.
But it's always going to be him first.
Well, how do you feel about? Wait. Let me ask this: how do you feel about a guy who said for his woman to go out there and he gonna stay
That's
back
his
and see what
business.
happens?
That's his business. Maybe there's a reason for that. Maybe he has an injury or something and he can't go. Or
No
maybe
injury. He's perfectly fine.
okay, that's his business. I don't make other people's business my business. I only talk about myself and my own family. So I'm not that type of person.
I don't want to cut either of you off. I wanted to interject though, because to that question, Dane, what about the families where the woman serves in the military and the man, is a civilian? Like
That's a good point.
Taking your same scenario, like say, I'm a man and I'm married to a woman who's a Marine, and then we have the whole break-in situation.
Okay.
Isn't she better trained for, handling that?
I would say to a degree, it's still going to be the man's job to physically create the presence. Okay, because in a break-in scenario, the average person is not going to be, some hyped up Hulk. It's going to be somebody either cruising through that neighborhood, or it's going to be, some random person. It's not going to be some Hulk. Not to say that can't happen, but by and large, it's not going to be some Hulk. There's tons and tons of videos of women narrowly escaping having some scrawny, stringy dude. Now, and I have a point to this too. Scrawny, stringy dude trying to break in her apartment as she's literally going in the door, and it just so happens that she hit that lock before he got a chance to push the door open. Now, to that event, even the, most petite frame dude, even if you're talking about high school boys, is still going to have more physical strength than a woman. So to that point, the man goes first. I don't care if she's got training. If she's got training, yes, he can, at least stop the guy long enough for her to bust a cap in his head and then be over and done with. But it's still his job to go first. End of story.
And also, you have the appearance as well. I mean, more men are gonna be afraid of a guy than they are gonna be afraid of a woman. So you got a woman going up there first. Oh, it's just a woman. I could take her. If they see some dude coming around, they gonna think twice.
Okay.
And that would be to their advantage to have that strategy at least discussed first. These are conversations that a lot of people need to have on a consistent basis, from...
But Carolyn, before you go get into that, I mean, you got to think about it. If a man's married to a woman who's a Marine, an airman, he's probably the sole provider of the kids. So in that situation, and the woman I mean, I'm not gonna say that every man that's married to somebody in the military is a stay-at-home dad, because some of them do have jobs and things like that. But if she's the one who leaves for, gets deployed, or even, sometimes they just stay on base, whatever.
Mhm.
In that situation, he's the sole provider. So when she does, let's say she 6 months away, 6 months home, who is better suited for that job? And I think that, to City's point, if they're in a relationship like that, where they have lined it that way, I don't think the guy's going to be like, well, I'm still going to do it because I'm the man, even though you're the one who's actually combat trained. And you're also the one that's not staying home with the kids either.
Right, but to that point, if something like that were to happen, you're still on a government contract. And something like that happening could potentially pull you out of being in the service. Because at that point, your spouse is no longer there to be able to, have the kids while you're deployed. So that's a different scenario all the way around the board.
It's definitely not the norm. I'm just throwing it out there though, because it is a situation that.
Well, and that went through my head too, right? But to that point, still, it's the man's job to go out first, no matter what.
Right, and I'm not saying that, we should suppress women and try to stop women from being the best they could be. And really, I'm all for that. I don't have a problem with women leading government. I don't have an issue with that.
Mhm.
I'm not insecure or weak or anything. I'm pushing. I want to see women. I think if a woman was a real president, whatever, I think the country would be much better off. Because I think that men, I'm serious. I think men done fucked this country up.
I think
Seriously.
the only way the country
Now, hold on one second. And and I really do. Why not? Let's try a woman president. What do we have to lose?
I think that
Okay, so
no,
I'm
this is
serious.
my opinion. I think
And,
it's the only way.
but hold on, but 1 second though. But we have to be realistic about stuff, right? When we're having this conversation about men and women are equal, we have to be realistic about what we're talking about, though. And let's not be reckless and put our women in harm's way when we know that there's truth out there, that there's some things that they just simply cannot do that we can do. And surely there's things that they can do that we can't do.
But you know what, Max, and that's why I said that the more I heard you talk, I can see where you're coming from. You're trying to cause really harm reduction. So I can see where you're coming from on that. That's what I'm saying. My whole thing is just the people who feel like they're up for the job. Do we tell them, hey, no, you can't do that? Because some people, there is going to be that slim group that might meet the PT requirements. They might meet the height and weight and all the combat readiness and all that. They might meet those requirements. So, but you already answered that. You say you would, if you would consider it, they would be support. So.
Right, and then it also has to do with experience too, right? Mm-hmm. If you have your brother or your child, right, or a son or whatever, and there's an enemy out there that that your child can't defeat, but your child is game, right? If you send your child out there knowing that he's up against something that he can't possibly defeat, you're going to send him out there anyways just because he wants to?
How do you know that he won't become strong enough to defeat the threat?
And parents do that all the time, unfortunately, because it's what their kids want to do.
Right. It's not about he's going to become strong enough later. He's not strong now.
The journey will make him strong.
Right. But in order to get to the journey, you have to protect him from what he wants to do now.
Some kids just hard-headed. They just got to learn on their own.
Right. But you see, we don't look at things like that because when you're talking about kids, that can get them killed.
What doesn't kill you will make you stronger.
Right, but we're not talking about biblical sayings in the Bible. We're talking about reality in real life. Women may not be strong, and women may very well become strong in the future, and things may very well change in the future.
Go
But
strong what?
as of right now, I do not believe women are strong enough to handle real life brutal combat, hand to hand combat on the battlefield.
Here's the reality, Max.
Not right now.
The world could be
And we have to protect them from that now, so that they may become stronger in the future. But I don't want
yeah,
to lose. I don't want to lose 60,000 women on the battlefield now.
but it don't matter. You're gonna lose people anyways, regardless. The thing is,
No,
hold
so
on.
look,
Let me
man. I don't know.
talk.
I don't want to get into that, man, because it's really a gender argument, and it's on the side of hatred for women. I don't hate women, and I don't want to see them die in brutal fashion on a battlefield where I think men
But
should
what
be.
about all the men who die?
That's what we do, bro. We are protectors of our society. We are the de facto leaders.
Well, guess
That is
what?
our job.
Women pay taxes too.
I don't give a damn about any of that.
They pay too, so they should be
I
on the
don't
front
care
line
about none of
too.
that.
They're gonna be there in the future.
I don't give two shakes of a cat's ass about any of that. We are the leaders. We are physically the strongest. We are the most violent. We are the most equipped to handle violence. That is our job, to protect our women and children and our country. Now, our women can do whatever they can to support us, but it is our job and our job alone as men and as warriors to get on the front lines to protect our women and children.
Women protect the country too.
I didn't say that they didn't. They can protect in their own ways. I'm talking about frontline combat. That is our job. That is exclusively a man's club. I don't care about who's paying taxes.
Yeah, I think that feminist talking point getting too.
Carolyn, you agree with that?
Conspiracy Queen, are you there?
Yeah.
Yeah, if we can go, because I think we beat this subject like a dead horse. Maybe we can do a little tangent here. If I could just ask you your personal opinion, what do you think about like young white women, especially nowadays, who engage in relationships with black men or non-white men? Like, what do you think about that? What's your opinion?
What?
I'm asking.
What was the
He's
question?
really muffled.
No, like, what do you, conspiracy thinking? What do you think about young white women today who engage in relationships with black men? Like,
That's not what we was talking about, bro.
No, I went off on a tangent because we kind of
Right. Let's stay to the topic. We're talking about women in combat. Okay.
Okay.
The ladies covered that on Ladies' Night.
Right.
Oh.
We're talking about women on combat, okay? Like I was saying, okay, I don't want to see 60, 70,000 women dying on a combat field.
But you okay seeing men die?
That's our job, bro. That's what we do.
No, it is not our job. It's not only our job.
Yeah, it is our job. That's what we do.
We all pay taxes.
I don't give a damn about who pays taxes.
You should.
Okay, so to that point, right? Mm-hmm. Millions of women went to job in factories to help support the war effort during World War II. Mm-hmm. Okay, millions of women were injured in factories in their endeavors to help, one, keep the country running and mm-hmm. keep the war and the troops to be able to be functional. And, that was one of the best ways, one of the main ways that this country stayed afloat during World War II was women en masse in the workforce, taking men's roles in, the factories and in things like production lines and all that kind of stuff, right? They were making munitions. They were doing all kinds of stuff. They were making uniforms. They were, helping work with, bullets and all that other kind of stuff. They were producing a lot of things to help with the war effort. So in one aspect, women helped run the country and keep it afloat during a mass war, a world war at that.
Mm-hmm.
So that's one point. Now to the point of us going out onto the battlefield, taxes is not equivalent to dying on a battlefield. And not in any way, shape, or form. That's a straw man at best. Okay? And from a historical point, yes, there were wonderful military strategists and great, warriors that were women in history. But the last one was in, if I'm not mistaken, around 200 AD for a reason. Because when it comes to a unified front of male soldiers, once you get women, even at the best scenario, professional athletic women, okay, fighting against or participating against high school boys, they get their asses whooped every time. That is not our place. That is not our place to be in. And to your point too, I agree. Our country should not have millions of young men dying for old people's wars that they're never going to participate in.
Let me respond to you. Conspiracy Queen, what do you think about Rosie the Riveter?
Rosie the Riveter was one of the main, propaganda pieces that was used for the war front of women in factories helping in the production line.
Now, do you ever, Conspiracy Queen, let me ask you, do you ever watch those old World War II documentaries where they show like the factories where they were building those big bombers and stuff, like the B-17s, the B-24s, and you see all these women in there, screwing in on the rivets and stuff on these airplanes and stuff. Like, did you ever watch that stuff?
I've seen like one or two, but not en masse. No, why?
What is your point?
Here's something funny though, and I know it might sound messed up, but whatever. But whenever I would watch those documentaries where they show like all these women building like these planes and tanks and stuff, the main thing that, because I know how my mom didn't even like to put together shit that she bought at Target. She had me and my dad, put whatever, if it needed to be assembled, she had me and my dad do it. But whenever I watch that, I'm like, I wonder how many of them missed a rivet or missed a screw or missed putting in, a gasket here or there or whatever because they just forget. You know what I mean?
Okay.
So you're talking about like a repetitious job?
Watch those documentaries,
talking
they were
ridiculousness.
inspected for just those things, and they were inspected regardless if it was men or women.
Don't even waste your time. He's talking ridiculous nonsense.
So,
I actually wanted to speak on that though, because I'm actually glad that
you just want to invoke some ridiculous nonsense. Okay, nobody is saying that women can't be mathematicians, engineers, builders, architects, or any of the scientists or any of that stuff. No one said that women can't build planes or design planes or cars. We're talking about combat.
Well, but I wanted to speak to, because Carolyn brought that up about.
I'm all for. Hold on one second. I'm all for women getting into those areas, designing planes. Hell, they'd probably be able to design better planes.
But my aunt helped work on night vision for military planes, and she was an engineer.
Women are very creative. Women are very creative. I'm not saying
at that time when they came home from the war, they did not want them to have those jobs because they felt as though those were jobs for men. So that's the point. We're doing the same thing.
But that's after they came. Okay, that's after they came back from the war and they needed to be able to work to provide for their families.
But the point is, the women were capable. They clearly were capable. They did the same job, and that is the point.
Okay, but check this out. A job does not mean the same thing to a woman as it does to a man. To a man, a job is everything because it allows him to be a man, to take care of his family. So taking a job away from a man is like taking away his ability to be a man and to be a provider.
And if I'm not mistaken, not all the women left the workforce because there were a lot of casualties during that war. So
Right.
there were a lot of men that came back, but there were still women that stayed in those positions
Yeah, and a lot of
because
them
there
fought
were
and
not
died.
enough. Right. There were not enough of the men that came back to be able to work in those factories and fill those jobs. So a lot of them stayed, you know, and if they didn't stay in those particular venues, they went to other facets of work where they could certainly continue to do what they had to do because a lot of them ended up widows. So they
Yeah.
didn't have a choice of going back home and sitting
Mhm.
and being, you know, a war widow. That was an
And if
entire
I'm not,
thing.
and if I'm not mistaken, that's how the whole welfare thing came about because of the widows.
Yeah.
They,
Uh,
you know,
Great
What
Depression.
welfare? No, welfare actually stemmed from the end of the Civil War and began prior to the Great Depression. That was actually
but
when
wasn't it also about? But wasn't it also
ADC was
about?
created.
Right, but wasn't it also about the widows who lost their husbands in the war and
In
didn't
the
have
Civil
the skills
War.
to who didn't have the skills to necessarily go out and work, but they needed some kind of support for the children that were left behind.
Well, that was where you ended up with AFDC. ADC became AFDC. Okay, the biggest reason why is because when men came back from from the Civil War, a lot of them were mentally done. Okay, they had to kill their families in some instances, and by that logic, there were a lot of men that just walked out and just could not function again in a normal setting. So that was where the government stepped in and created the whole concept of, support and child support, was because of the mass amounts of abandonment in families.
Right. And we want to subject our women to that. You know what I'm saying?
So traditionally, welfare was created for white families.
Well, if you guys don't want this stuff to happen, and I'm gonna say this, and I'm gonna ask Conspiracy Theory another question, then advocate for a foreign policy that involves less war. Okay, because wars will cause this stuff. We uproot communities, uproot young people.
Sure, go out. Sure, city, go out there and write it up.
And they get mobilized.
But the problem with that is you've got a family that still exists today that profiteered from funding both sides of the Napoleonic War.
First of all,
yeah, you write it up and let us know when you want to go up to Congress with it. We'll come up there with you.
Very profitable, okay? Many people profit off war. Truck drivers profit off war. We transport military equipment, stuff like that. Everybody. But the reality is that you need to get more people into the State Department who are going to put a different type of foreign policy where diplomacy, is the first option and not necessarily.
What do you do when people who don't care about diplomacy, who have power?
Everybody cares about diplomacy.
No, not everybody.
Well, and here's the craziest part, right? It's been a traditional.
Mic. People can't hear you.
Hello.
I believe. What's his name? Kim Dun Shung over there in Korea. He don't give a
Kim
shit about
Jong-un.
diplomacy. Yeah, he don't give a shit
But
about
that's the
diplomacy.
point. That's always been the point. Is there have been, for eons, a military strategy that even though, the countries may be at war, there's always been kind of like what the hell's it called, Max? It's where basically like the officers have a code of conduct where they don't kill each other. You know, they negotiate things between.
Donald,
A lot of
Donald,
times they negotiate the things. How it has been. They negotiate things between, you know, their collective groups and things like that. Because at the end of the
yeah,
day, even though it typically is just a war for resources or a generation for money, you know, at the end of the day, they're not really enemies, because these same leaders will sit and they'll kick back and they'll chill and they'll laugh and they'll joke and, you know, whatever, but it ends up being the militaries themselves that are set upon each other to kill each other.
yeah, and Donald Trump didn't give a fuck about diplomacy either.
Donald Trump was excellent with diplomacy.
What?
How many wars did Donald Trump start when he was in office? 0.
You mean the one where he was carpet bombing everybody
He
and
created.
dropping the mother raw bombs?
He didn't start that though. He created peace
He
between.
dropped the mother of all bombs
He created
on
peace
a
between
fucking country.
He
The
met with
mother
the
of
he met
all
with the
bombs
Taliban. What are you talking about?
out there
Donald
carpet
Trump was
bombing. Do you know what
brilliant.
carpet bombing is?
Look, I've watched. Yes, I'm very well aware of.
You
I've
don't
watched
know
all.
what carpet bombing is, right? You gotta tell
I
you
watched
carpet
all
bombing the shit out of
World
people,
War II
and you think what
documentaries
fuck you
that
think he's
talk
doing,
about
playing
carpet
nice?
bombing. I'm very well aware
Carpet
of
bombing
that.
the shit out of people, bro.
Well, you saying Obama didn't drop drones as well?
I don't recall Obama doing any of that. I did
Yes, he did.
recall Obama getting them
Didn't Obama kill Bin Laden?
who don't know that?
Yup. Didn't Gaddafi get
You
killed?
also know that. Do you know that he also approved a what is it? A highly skilled special force team to go in and save those people on that yacht out there or that boat out there.
It was his job to do that. He's commander in chief. Of
Yeah.
course.
You talking about the Captain Roberts, the pirates and shit?
Yeah.
And Gaddafi was set up.
Mm-hmm. Well, back to the original point is that
But you've been listening to RBR too much, right? You think Gaddafi was a white boy who killed the 80,000 black people or some shit? That he be telling you? You believe that crazy shit, don't you?
Donald is don't trust that.
Nah, you've been listening to RBR, right? You think Gaddafi is a white boy who killed that what 80? What do you say? 80 million black people or some shit?
80,000.
Yeah, you believe that fucking crazy shit, don't you?
Nah, you just need more diplomacy in foreign policy, man. That's all I was trying to say.
Everybody's not going to cooperate, bro.
If you put money in
Nobody's going to get Putin. Nobody is going to get Putin to stop what he's doing, okay?
If
he's
you
already
put
got
money-
an entire regiment sitting at the border of the Ukraine. There is
And if
intent
you put-
there.
If
everybody agreed to diplomacy, they wouldn't be carpet bombing the shit out of people in the Middle East.
If you put money in Putin's face, he'll do whatever you want him to do.
You think money is the motivate? Putin
You
got
just
all
gotta
the money
give-
in the
just
world.
gotta give him a suitcase of money. That's
He got
all.
a suitcase. Man, he got all the fucking money in the world. What are you talking about?
No, you can never have enough money.
Wait a minute. Do you believe that these leaders are broke?
The world runs on money.
He's starting to sound like
I'm
Queen.
saying- yeah, I mean, the man runs his own fucking country. What do you... Man, you guys, man. You listen to RBR too much, City. You got caught up in his crazy ass fucking imaginary statistics.
Hold on, Conspiracy Queen, let me ask you something. Are you there?
Yeah.
Do you think you could, if you had an instruction manual, do you think you could build like an airplane?
Absolutely.
And then would you fly it if you
Okay,
wanna
can you pull up an instruction
My
manual that will
uncle
allow
was
you
a
to build an-
pilot.
Okay.
Next.
But can we talk about, because we've been talking about this, can we talk about like survivalism, like what you would do in like a desperate situation. Can we just have a discussion on that? Because I think that would it would even tie into what we're talking about.
You mean like in case all the power grids failed or something?
Yeah, like I was watching there's a YouTube video where they talked about people who have had incidents where they get like stuck in elevators for long periods of time, and then they don't know if someone's gonna come save them. Like there was one woman in China, she got stuck in the elevator for 14 days, and nobody knew she was there. It was really sad. She was an elderly woman, and she literally died of starvation in the elevator. And they found
elevator, and nobody knew she was there.
14 days?
That sound made up, dog.
Yes,
Wait.
this is true.
Wait.
She the
No,
one
that's
person that uses that
incorrect.
elevator.
That's incorrect. That's made up, and then it's incorrect. She would have died of lack of water.
Yeah, and
before
you
she
do
would
know
die of
that.
That's what she
starvation.
died of.
And you do know that even without power, elevator doors can be opened and the cables can be pulled.
And you can get out of the roof. You
Yeah.
can get onto another floor. There's many things that you can do, man.
Not if you have if you can't get on the roof, you don't have a ladder.
Did you get this out of a movie or something?
Sounds like a book. And that's one of the main things they do check. They check the elevators to see if there's anybody on them. There's no way they would have left her there for 14 days.
And the way elevators are built today, they're designed against that very thing. They're designed for that, in case the power go out. So you can get people out of elevators, even with no power.
Yep. That's what firemen are trained to do.
Yes. Matter of fact, that's the first thing they check when they go into these buildings. If there's power out, they check the elevators to see if anybody's stuck in the elevators.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. With that in story, y'all got 10 minutes to wrap it up. Whether y'all ready or not, I'm shutting it down. I'm going to bed.
Right on.
Well, I'm gonna head out. I appreciate y'all. This was a really good conversation. Thank you for having me.
Man.
Yeah, you're welcome.
No problem,
I'll be
Kev. Come
back
on.
if y'all allow.
Absolutely, man. Anytime, Kev.
Yeah.
Come back as much as you want.
Oh yeah, and you handle yourself really good.
And we're looking forward to more debates out of you too, man.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Y'all probably could tell I was nervous. First off, the person I was going to debate didn't even show up. Then y'all had me debate the reigning champion. I was like,
he showed up. He showed up, but he brought his narrow ass in here a couple of hours late.
3 hours late.
Yeah.
Almost 4.
After you wore yourself out fighting the champ.
So when you go to RBRs, when you go to RBRs tomorrow, let them know you was there. Matter of fact, we're gonna give you the victory on that anyway. Okay, so you're 1-1.
1-1. All right, I'll take it.
Yeah, because he didn't show up.
Yeah.
All right, so you're gonna be declared the winner on that.
Yeah. Yeah, so you can rub it in that woke need to be changed to sleep progressive.
Or late progressive.
Yeah.
Late progressive.
Or non-progressive.
I'll rock with that.
Yeah. All right, y'all. We're going to get on out of here, man. Thanks for showing up. Thank you up the music. Hey, thanks for showing up, everybody. Black Ops Debate, making it fun. We still got to get the bugs out. We're still working on. We tried some new things tonight. Me and Dan going to talk about it and see how they went. We're going to go back and review this, see what we can do better. Anybody has suggestions, Dan, put your email in the chat. Anybody have any suggestions on how we can make Black Ops Debates better, please email Dane Frankie if you got topics, rules you want us to see, rules, you got different things you want to see the rounds extended. Any information that can make Black Ops better, please email Dane Frankie. All right? Thanks to everybody that came up on the chat. Thanks to both combatants, Rozzy the champ, Kevin, the challenger. Everybody came on the panel, Carolyn, from Bro Speak, Polo Sports, Charlene. Thanks to everybody for making this a successful night. We really appreciate it. And keep supporting the Ebony Star Network. Help us grow. All right? Peace, power, and unity, everybody. Dan, get us on out of here.
Okay, okay.
All right, y'all. We see y'all sometime during the week. We're usually off on Sundays and Saturdays. I mean, Sundays and Mondays. You know what I mean? So we probably won't be back until Wednesday. All right, y'all. Take care, everyone.
Hold